It's spooling up. There it is. All right, here we are. Yeah, William C. Chapin. What's up, man? How's it going, Curtis? Just Jeff. Scotsman's out there. Vanessa Kitty. I don't think anybody's getting notifications for my stuff. Because Ozark didn't even know I put a video up on that Q-tip thing. And he said he was unsub from my channel. I was like, whatever. YouTube's pulling their crap again. Probably because I keep getting strikes. They keep putting me in jail.
You know, I did a video here about, I don't know, it's probably been a couple months ago. I think I titled it Feminist Falls. It was about an Indian woman that they named these waterfalls after. And I don't know, I was making fun of her, telling her to stay in a teepee and make sandwiches. And Uncle Jim got all upset because it's Native Americans. And anyways, that video got like no views. And after that, none of my videos got views. I mean, normally I'd get 300 or 400 views. I get like 90. And that went on for like probably 2 months. It didn't matter what I did. And I really think because of what the language I used in that video and the title, and I think YouTube like gave me a little slapping for doing that.
I think you're probably right too.
I believe they call that shadow banned. I think that's,
your channel monetized too. So the advertisers probably were like, "Oh, we don't want our products on that video," so they, pulling their crap.
They all felt like Uncle Jim. They were like, "You shouldn't make fun of native religions and women warriors and all this stuff."
I mean, it's a joke, man.
That's,
I think I saw that one. I can't remember.
I think it was called like Running Eagle Falls or something like that.
I
called it Feminist Falls. And I was saying stuff like, if she didn't try to fight like a man and she'd stayed in the teepee and made sandwiches like she should, she'd still be alive today. And, people were like getting upset over that, man. I mean, I was like, it's just a joke.
Yeah.
Like people don't understand the meaning of the word satire.
Right. And it's like, well, you have a wife, and I don't think you treat her that way, because if you did, you wouldn't have a wife. So
touchy, man. People today are touchy.
I know.
I guess that's why I ain't got a wife.
You got a Pam, though.
Oh, God. That woman's meaner than hell.
I love listening to you two go at it, man. It cracks me up.
Yep.
And she throws stuff at me all the time. One of these days, she's actually going to make contact and hit me.
She might get lucky and land one. Kenny, what's up, dude? I don't think Uncle Jim got shut down. I think he just threw in the towel. I don't know. Walter Bunning, what's going on?
I have to give Pam credit where credit is due. Every Sunday morning, she gets up and goes down to the range and will spend, 4 or 5 hours picking brass and then shoots her gun.
Wow.
But why don't you shoot your gun first? Then you can pick your own brass when you're, while you're going.
She doesn't want to mix up her brass with everybody else's.
Well, I think she leaves hers there.
Oh, man, I wouldn't do that.
And then she spends her evenings sorting brass, and I've got her on the decapping and all lined out on the tumbler, and she's got me more brass to work, and I know what to do with.
Man, what do you got to do to get her to do that for you? You must be packing.
Well, yeah. I'm packing down the road a long ways away. I'm never there.
Right.
She's good at sorting brass. I mean, she's getting pretty critical about things, sorting by head stamps. And, boy, if it don't look right, it don't go in the pile. It goes in the trash.
Nice.
My wife likes to pick up brass when we go to the range. I'll go to one bay and start shooting, and she'll go to all the rest of them and pick them clean.
Mine gets irritated because every time I empty a couple magazines, I have to stop shooting and then pick up all my brass before all the other goblins grab it at the range.
You got some old brass buzzards just hanging around waiting to jump
yeah.
on it.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
She goes,
there's
shooting's
that-
fun. And I love going to the range, but picking up brass all the time sucks. But we do it every couple mags.
there's one old man at my range. If I'm shooting, literally, he will stand there and wait for the brass to eject and hits the ground, and he'll pick it up. And it's obvious I'm a reloader. I'm pulling my rounds out of an MTM box and loading it in the gun. And he's just no fart. If it hits the ground, it's his.
Man, that takes some balls to do that too, because the person who you're stealing from is shooting a firearm. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever.
I just think that this old boy's so old that he thinks he's one of them old timers that, thinks he's the only reloader that's ever lived. And I don't have the heart to get after him. Now, if he shows up starting to pick up my Nosler brass or my Starline brass, we're going to have words.
Yeah. Tyler, I do not have one tied up. I don't even have any bucks on camera yet, but that's normal for where I live. Once they combine all the soybeans, I'll start getting buck pictures, but they're all still down in the crop fields. I'd like to see one like the one in your picture. That's a dandy.
Yeah, you gotta come up here, man. There's some big ones.
Yeah. We just don't grow them like that here. I mean,
Yeah.
that buck I killed a couple years ago scored like 183 something or another. That would have been like the biggest, if not one of the top 2 or 3 in the whole state for that year. So where you're at, they shoot them like that every year, and just different genetics.
Yeah.
Takes a
Goof,
bigger
what-
deer through a colder winter.
Goof, what did that buck score that me and you drug out of the woods? I forget.
Oh, that was probably like 160, 170 inch buck gross.
I think,
That one,
We-
you sent me a picture of it.
yeah. That thing dress weighed like 215, 220. The big buck.
Yeah. Yeah, we just don't get them that big here. They don't. 167. I was pretty close. 160, 170.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, 180 inch deer in Arkansas is just unheard of, but in
Right.
Iowa, it's still a big deer. Don't get me wrong. That 167 is a stud. But you just don't. I go the rest of my life and never touch one like that. Never see one like that. Well,
There he is.
What's
fresh out of
going
the
on?
shower. Fresh out of the
Yeah.
shower.
My third one today.
The shop looks awesome, man. It's coming along. I love
Oh,
the sidewalk going to it. It's great.
The paint is done. That batch of concrete is done. I'm ordering 2 lumber packages Monday for the shed roof over that patio and the deck. And my framer's going to knock that out next week.
Getting there.
I'm done.
When you get
Done. Yeah, I'm done with the weekend work. I'm letting subcontractors do the rest of this stuff. 2 guys painted that shop in an afternoon and a morning. So basically in one day.
that's nuts.
So yeah.
I'd have been sitting there for 3 days with a roller and a trim brush trying to do all that.
Spray rigs and masking. Masking's the
Right.
secret to it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
How
they even did the-
long you think before you start stuffing brass out there? How long you thinking?
We brought a bunch of barred home this morning, and I'm going to line 3 of the walls with that barn board. And we might go tomorrow and get my bench, but I got to get the flooring first before we do that. So who knows before I start shoving back brass through there, and with all my crap stuff in the attic, that's going to be a lot of trips up and down the stairs.
Yeah.
Getting that crap out of the attic.
That's cool though, because you're gonna find stuff you forgot you had. Be like Christmas.
Oh, I'm sure.
And you just bought
I'm
that
sure.
dude out not too long before you loaded it all up. So you probably got all kinds of crap from that old guy you bought all of his stuff off of him.
I've got powder and metal containers that still have the little metal seal around the top. So I gotta, dig all that out. I've got probably 1,000 30-06 cases and 24 M1 Garand clips. So I told Twine that's a bucket list item. So maybe she'll find me or go through the CMP program and get me an M1 Garand and 30-06. Because they're expensive to buy on the open market.
No.
Didn't Cranky just get one?
An M1?
I think he got an M1. His is 30. His is 308, isn't it?
Cranky's?
I could be wrong. I don't remember.
I don't know. I don't think Cranky got an M1, but I'm not sure.
Somebody mentioned something like that.
I don't know.
Well,
where's Cranky at? He's probably sleeping already.
I don't know. He hadn't responded to the text this evening. Who knows? But it's supposed to be 51 degrees here tomorrow night. I cannot wait for that cool weather.
Yep.
I just took Jordan for a car ride a little bit ago, and it was 66 degrees out. Had the windows down. I had to roll them up on the way home. It got pretty chilly. I've been waiting for this.
It gets below 65. I used to have that Jeep, and when it was below 65 and you had the top off, it was like, ooh, where's the jacket?
Yeah.
There's a transformation that takes place here when the nighttime air temps get in the 50s. My neck starts swelling up and gets real big around, and I start peeing in the yard, rubbing my head on trees. I don't know what it is. It's like
with all the other unicorns. That's
the rutting.
We got to see a video of that.
We got a little knothead 5-point that comes in our backyard 4 or 5 times a week. And 2 weeks ago, he lost his felt in about 3 days. And the fawns are losing their spots. All the does have lost their red hair. I mean, it's coming.
Yeah.
It is coming.
I was telling Tyler earlier, I don't have a buck on my camera. And I haven't had. I checked it just the other day, and I don't have a buck on it. But as soon as those soybeans start losing their leaves and the combines start running, I'll get bucks out of that bottomland that'll come up here around my house, and I'll have something to hunt, hopefully.
Yeah. Last year in Kansas, I didn't hardly see a buck because I had 75 acres of milo around me. And once they harvested that milo, it's all of a sudden, where did these deer come from?
Yep.
They had no reason to move. There was a pond in the middle of that milo field, so they just ate and bedded down and drank right there.
Yep. Yeah, people always ask me, "Oh, what do you got on camera?" I'm like, nothing. Absolutely. I got does and fawns, and that's it. And I ain't lying. I mean, that's all I got.
Speaking of cameras, that camera like yours that Twine bought me when we got married that I lost up in Kansas, the guys found it. And it had to have been while I was pulling the like heaters out of the box stands. And the SIM card was still good. So I've got all the video of all the bucks I filmed that morning. So I need to put that together.
You do. The lost footage.
Yeah, the lost footage. But I have decided not to hunt Kansas this year because I've got just too much on my plate to be running up there twice a month, put corn and feeders, and because that's a day. It's 4 hours there and 4 hours back, and good God, corn is expensive this year. So
yeah, I went and bought somebody said they got that nut grub at the co-op, and I love that nut grub because coons won't eat it. So I went over there to get it, and I ordered 2 bags of it. I pulled around there to the dock. I threw them in my truck. I got home, and it's not nut grub. It's like grub meal. and peanut based. And I thought, man, if this ain't the same crap, I paid, I want to say 16, almost $17 a bag plus tax for that. I used to get that nut grub for $9, and it's just gone through the roof.
Smelled like peanut butter. Yeah.
Yeah. But if it's not the same, I mean, I've got some of that stuff supposed to be the same and it ain't. So I ain't opened the bag yet. Try to do that this week.
Huh. Well, that I bought at the co-op there by you, it smells like peanut butter. I mean, it's definitely peanut based.
Yeah, I can't find that stuff anymore, and they couldn't get it last year.
Made down in Jacksonville.
Yeah, and this I got yesterday was made in Bismarck. So the story I got was there was two buddies that started that, and then when it took off and it got real popular, they got greedy and started arguing over who owned what, and then they were in a legal battle. And now I think they've settled the legal battle, and I think I got J&J. The one I used was like P&P. So I don't know which one's which. I don't know if it's the same or not. I hadn't had time to look at it. I've been too busy.
Shooter's World.
Yes, sir.
Oh, the SOCOM. You loading up your 45?
300 blackout.
Oh, there you go.
Because apparently this powder and those 30 cal 150s
right
are supposed to be magical.
I want to say
get you the SST version. That's the same bullet. It's just not Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, these were on the shelf, and I didn't have to pay shipping, so I said, well, this is the bullet they say was good, so I picked them up.
I like those SSTs. They open up at slower speeds. Has a soft bore in it. That's what I shot that deer in Kansas last year with, and he never moved.
Kyle.
Lusky.
Scotsman, does that mean you want to link?
Chappie, there's Mark Thomas.
Well, the whole gang's
there's
here.
Scotsman throwing hammers.
Let me see. Sent. I'll get you a link, Scotsman. Give me a minute.
I want to get some deer rounds loaded up for the 6 ARC. And since I'm not going to be hunting Kansas, I'm going to be probably just hunting Arkansas, Missouri. My longest shot's going to be 250.
Yeah.
So that 6 ARC will do it.
I shot a buck with it last year. It worked great.
Mm-hmm.
Ran about 30 yards and stopped and just folded over.
I've become a believer in shooting higher in the shoulder. That hydrostatic shot.
Breaking that spine.
It drops them. Yeah. You don't even have to clip the spine. It's just that shot drops them. You might lose a little shoulder blade meat, but there ain't a lot of meat on the shoulder blade. So
that's right.
It's grind anyways.
Idaho, feel free to hop back on if you can, man. Scotsman and Lusky, you guys should have links now.
Curtis, I have used 6 ARC brass, and I've also used the Grendel brass and resized it, and it works just as good for me as the 6 ARC brass. A little bit of trimming involved, but it's not anything we don't normally do. But to be honest with you, I haven't looked for it in the last year. I've got about 250 cases. That's plenty for that. It's not a plinking gun for me, but primarily I want it for a coyote gun. That 59 grain Barmageddon bullet, that'll do it to a coyote.
I had better luck with a 62 grain Barnes because it's longer. It's all copper, so it doesn't have the lead. So to get to 62 grains, you get a longer bullet.
All right.
It's cycled better, a lot better than the 58 grain, because the 58 grain was so much shorter. I didn't really have trouble with it. It didn't seem like it was cycling as well as the other. So
That was 10 man.
he went to the bathroom. He did dismiss himself.
It's only 3 foot away from me.
You could hit it from here, couldn't you? Oh,
There he is.
There's
What up?
Scotsman,
What up, Cowlish?
the short bearded Scotsman. I'm still not used to it.
Oh
Hey,
my
man,
goodness.
It's getting there. It's growing back
You-
out.
You trimmed it. I didn't even see that yet.
Oh, dude, that was a long time ago. I screwed up. So what happened was somehow I got this weird freaking itch. I don't even know what it was.
The curling iron burned it off.
No, I woke up one day and I'm like, let me go back to my old style. My old style was just having this. So I shaved all of this off and I regretted it the instant I did it. The instant I did it. I got this far on one side and I'm like, oh, the fuck did I do?
I'm enjoying the Oktoberfest beer is out. I'm enjoying it.
There you go.
It's almost pumpkin spice season, fellas.
Oh no, I don't do pumpkin beers. Nope.
You got to wear your salmon shirt when you go buy that.
Yep.
I'm not a big fan of flavored beers, man.
Yeah, be careful. You'll catch monkeypox drinking that crap.
If I want flavors,
Yeah.
I'll go to the ciders. I love cider. There's pineapple cider or apple cider. I don't care. I like ciders.
I was sitting there fishing.
You
on
go
the river.
on that route, you might as well drink moonshine.
Preacher, you were cracking me
I
up
do
seeing
that
that.
too.
What was that fruity beer you found? Talk about monkeypox. I was dying, man.
I was sitting there on the river fishing, and I looked over, and it was like a Michelob Ultra essence of lime and coconut or something like that. I thought, what kind of gay guy's been sitting here? And I thought, oh, you better not touch that. You get monkeypox.
There's my doppelganger.
I put that at the end of the video just to see who watched all the way to the end.
Oh, I
And-
did.
Kyle.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's going on, Lesky?
What's up? What's up with the
I
sunglasses?
had to emulate the Scotsman here.
That's right.
What do you
So
got?
got
I'm
to
up in
make
here
fun
for
of
my
me.
return.
He's got to make fun of me.
I don't
When
have to
I'm-
wear
when I'm
sunglasses
behind-
to make fun of you, sir.
When I'm behind the computer, so StreamYard's all white.
Yeah.
It's really freaking bright. And you guys know I had laser eye surgery a couple years ago. Well, bright lights really bother my eyeballs, so
This
I gotta
actually
wear
is better.
sunglasses when I'm on StreamYard.
This is a better experience, actually. You've actually turned me on to something that's kind of nice.
I'm going to go get my 3D glasses.
Oh, Lord.
I don't know where my
Well, you
googly
could
eye
just,
glasses went.
I see what I understand what you're saying, Scotsman, now that I took them off. But you could just blow it up.
I tried messing to see if there was like a different theme to where I could make it black, but I haven't found anything to where I can change the color.
Dark
So
mode.
has everybody on the panel had COVID?
Yes.
Yeah, I have.
I had it in March.
I've had it 3
Good.
times.
It was a good luck charm for Preacher.
Yeah, no crap.
Best thing that ever happened to me. I always tell people for me, COVID was kind of like cheap beer. You really don't want it, but after you've had it, it wasn't that bad.
I'm going
After the
on
third
3
one, it's
weeks
not
now.
so bad.
I'm going on 3 weeks now, getting over it, and I'm still exhausted every day.
Yep.
I hate
Takes a
that.
bit.
That's the thing about it. I joke about it, but it kills some people. It makes other people sick for months. But for me, I mean, I really wouldn't have known I had it had I not somebody not tested and said, "Hey, I got COVID. You probably do too." And I was like, "Yeah, I do." So
I felt like crap for about 2 days. and a little bit of cough, and then I was fuzzy brain for about 2 weeks after that, and that was the extent of what me and Twine had.
Yeah, I felt like I was getting sick on a Friday. I got up. Well, what happened was I got home on a Friday, went to bed. I woke up. When I got up, I felt tired and achy, which is unusual for me. Now, I get a lot of pains and shit because I'm old and all the rest of it, but it wasn't that kind of pain. It was just a really achy, weird pain.
Like the
No,
flu, almost paint all over the body.
When something's up, I'm getting sick, whatever. So I was like, all right, time for a shot of whiskey and put on some extra clothes and start sweating the shit out. And that's exactly what I did. 2 days, I was fine.
When I sneezed,
I wasn't sick. I had a headache and ran a very low grade fever for 1 day. And then everything was fine. I just can't get my energy back. That's what happened to me last night on the Georgia chat. Hell, I went to sleep at 8:30, right here at the kitchen table.
We noticed.
Angel coming here.
Where's Kyle? He's probably sleeping.
I need a snoring button, don't I?
it's been a while since Kyle passed out on a chat, fell asleep on a chat.
The only sucky part is he didn't have his camera on. He had his camera off, so you couldn't see nothing.
Right.
We had last time I fell asleep on a chat. I've got a scar right here on my forehead.
I remember that. That was the lampshade night.
You got an indent in your forehead.
That was like
I
3
remember
years
the
ago.
first time I met Kyle. Me and him we did a live stream from the living room, and it was probably 2-3 o'clock in the morning. And he passed right out right there.
Just bam. I was like, I've never done this before.
How
I'm sitting there
exciting!
still drinking a beer, and people still talking to me. And I'm like, Kyle's passed out. I don't know what to do. All right, I'm out of here.
Good times.
I think when I first started watching live chats, it was Uncle Jim's Halloween chat, and it was, 5 years ago or something. Scotsman was down in Georgia, and y'all were around a bonfire, and you guys were absolutely trashed. And I think Chico was there too. That was when I first started coming around.
Bonfire. We were smelting lead.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I remember that. Yeah. We were smelting lead. We were out back smelting lead. Yep.
Had vice grips holding a measuring cup on a broom handle for a dipper. Yeah, we got creative on that one.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah, I
sitting out
remember
back
that.
on my patio watching. I saw you guys get on. I'm like, man, those guys are hammered. They're having a good time.
Yeah, dealing with 800-degree molten metal. Yes, let's do this.
Kyle kept going. What? I gotta find something to use to pick this up. Next thing I know, he's coming out here with this freaking concoction of what he put together.
Worked great though, didn't it?
It worked. Oh, it
we
worked.
got about 100 pounds of lead out of that live chat.
I remember the all-night chat. I was down at the cabin, and I was on my tablet, and I fell asleep with the tablet on my chest. Woke up like 6 in the morning. Y'all were still going. So I don't know if the ceiling of the cabin was on all night or what, but I got up, made a pot of coffee, and got back on the chat. It was daylight by then.
Yep.
I've done that before on Jim's chats. I'd go to
Yeah,
sleep,
gosh.
and then my sleep schedule's all jacked up, so I'll get up at 4 or 5 in the morning, even though I don't have to be at work till 9. And I just turn my laptop back on and poop, pop right back up. I'm like, good God, they're still going.
Yeah.
What the hell
Sunday
is
morning,
sleep?
7 o'clock, the chat's still going.
Yeah, you
I-
hop on
I-
there
I
and
don't know what
you're the
sleep is.
fresh scene. Everybody else is there, like a bunch of zombies.
That's back when we
show
did
up like, "Whee!"
YouTube chats. Yeah,
I
we didn't
still
have
want
to do
to have
StreamYard back
another-
then. Those were YouTube chats.
Yeah,
I
the
still
Google
want to have
Hangouts.
another-
Google Hangouts was where it's at.
Back when you actually had some freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I still want another legitimate hat chat. Come up with something stupid and everybody just hang out and have fun because I miss those.
Oh, Curtis. Yeah,
No.
I didn't get to watch that one live because the ice cream chat when everybody went through the drive-thrus and got ice cream while they were streaming live. Curtis saw the chick
Yeah,
with the tongue
I was
piercing and
driving
made
down
the
the
filler.
interstate and went through Brahms ice cream. Yeah.
I forgot about that
And
one.
that all started with Pat running down to McDonald's and left his phone on in his pocket and didn't know it. He was like, I want an ice cream. Yeah.
And my first live chat was with KB32. And I don't know if you guys know Coda Boy 32 or not, but my first live stream was with him. And I shit you not, man. I was redder than red in my face. So fucking embarrassed. Didn't know what the hell I was doing. Like, what am I doing here? Yeah.
Just
Oh,
hanging
yeah,
out,
good
bro.
times.
Just hanging out, bro. It's like Seinfeld. It's a show about nothing.
Yeah. Then the occasional troll shows up.
Oh, dude, oh man, the freaking troll chat we had. We had a great one on foreign domestic about 3 or 4 years ago. Literally every 5 seconds a troll kept popping in.
I think you changed the title of it to Foreign and Domestic Troll Chat.
I don't remember.
The worst thing is when Uncle Jim drops links in the side chat and you get a bunch of random people jumping on and spouting
that's what
nonsense.
happened. Alan had dropped the link in the side chat because we didn't have anyone jumping in. And the next thing you know, we got all these guys trying to flash their dicks and shit at us.
That happened to Uncle Jim not 2 months ago.
Dude, it was every 5 seconds. They keep coming in under a different name. And Alan kept letting them in.
So wait a minute, I've seen that one before.
Foreign and domestic pickles.
I'm like, Janice Gay has gone full bore here. Holy shit.
The pickle chat.
Pickles across the world.
So they say you can't show your gun on live chat. So does that count?
Apparently that one's okay. Well, oh, it's got to be a single barrel. Okay, got it.
A single shot. All right.
It's unloaded.
Jesus. It's good to see you guys. We all need to get together and eat some barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
I hear that.
I'm pretty sure that the preacher's on board.
Oh, dude, one of the concrete guys and me were chatting it up yesterday, and he was like, "Hey, I'm coming." So they came today and took the forms off and made the relief cuts. He brought me a dozen tamales that his mother made. Oh
yeah.
Yes,
Like
beef
authentic-
and then
authentic
chicken
tamales.
with chili verde. Oh my god!
Yeah, I don't care what nationality somebody is. If they know what they're doing, tamales are awesome.
Oh, and they were big old tamales too. So Twine was like, yeah.
Was it pork or beef?
One was beef and half were beef and half were chicken, and the chicken had chili verde in there too. So,
Oh yeah.
They had some zip to them. Make your nose run a little bit.
That's good. I need to, and I got to get some of this stuff out of my head. Well, guys, I'm officially off of blood pressure medication.
Well, good.
Good for
Yeah,
you.
boy.
What'd you do?
Don't know. Lived. Honestly, I don't know. I had a couple of episodes at work where my blood pressure was extremely low, like 95/40 and stuff like that. And I just quit taking it, and I made a doctor's appointment after it happened the third time. And I said, I ain't taking that no more. Apparently I don't need it. And she goes, that's almost dead, right? I said, why do you think I'm here?
How are you walking?
Right. She's like, do I need to call your girlfriend to come get you? I'm like, no. And last night,
2.2.
Angel was begging me to check it, and I was just exhausted on the back porch, just almost asleep. And I checked it, and it was 114/62, I think.
Can't fuss
And I was
about
like,
that.
I don't need that blood pressure medicine.
Mhm.
If anything, I need somebody to piss me off.
Whoa.
Let's see if I can get the chat back over here.
I should have been paying
Yeah,
attention.
Dave, I love some Mexican tamales. My favorite are the Salvadoran tamales that they cook in chicken broth and they put the chicken in. Oh man, they wrap them in banana leaves. Those are so good.
With
I
potatoes
lost
and
the
stuff
side
in them.
chat. Yeah, they'll put potatoes and green beans and stuff like that in there with them. This is like, that's not no big deal, but they're a lot bigger than Mexican tamales. But man, are they good.
They are good. I can attest to that.
Fellas, I got to jump off here. It's getting to be 10:30 and I'm preaching out of town in the morning. So I'm
Oh,
going to
there
leave
you go.
early.
Big Al, I
All
did
right,
not buy a
Victor.
wheel gun. I bought a contender, a 44 mag.
I'm jealous.
Cover your
You
ears.
see 'em, preacher?
Now the kids are awake. Take care, preacher.
Here comes the Duke brothers. Here comes the Duke brothers.
See what?
Good. Whatever.
Oh, that's
Was that
awesome.
him making the fart noises?
Yes, it
Yes,
was.
his sound machine that he bought.
Oh man, I
I
wish I
have yet
had
to
his
shoot
sense
that
of humor.
contender.
So 6-shooter Texas out there, so I'll let him know right now. But I got everything boxed up today, everything packaged up today, and it was 11:53 by the time I was done. Unfortunately, the post office is 20 minutes away,
Oh no!
and they close at noon.
And they close at 12. Yeah. That's what sucks about my new schedule. I work 9 to 6. So I don't get home till 6, depending on traffic, 6:30, 6:45. And post office closes at 4:30.
Yep.
I can't even get in there to get the materials I need to box it up or package it up or package them up so I can send them out from the post office that's a block down the street from my work.
But
Yeah, I
everything's
take
ready to
a
go.
lunch break.
So as soon as I can get to the post office, I'll get to the post office. Whether it be someday this week if I'm not working the second job, or if it's got to be Saturday, it'll be Saturday. But I'll get it up as soon as I can get it out.
Mhm.
But
So when-
all the dust covers are packaged up, all that. I threw in some extra swag and all that crap. So
Swag?
some swag.
Chappie,
So
it's
for
a
you-
10-inch, so it's the flamethrower.
They're talking
Yeah,
about
Curtis, give me a
flamethrower.
second. I didn't see
No,
your message.
that 44 mag contender I got's the 10-inch barrel, so you go shooting it at twilight, and it's the flamethrower.
Oh yeah.
Put some slow burning powder in there.
Little trail boss in it.
Yeah. Well, then it's a baby. Put the
Right.
unique in there, and then it's a palm buster.
Comes to life.
Yeah.
Dude, this load manual is telling me to load this bullet out pretty far. And so,
Load it to the cantilever.
but I can't use the load data that they give me if I load it to the cantilever because they're literally telling me to load it to
Wow.
that.
Will it chamber fine?
Yeah. But there's only I guess the driving band of the bullet is taking up more than half of the neck. Not much more, but more than half of the neck. What do you think? It's going to have a crimp on it.
Have you got 3/16 or better in the neck?
Give me a second. I can tell you.
You say it's a 150 grain?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, worst case scenario, you play scientist and figure out the load once you start cramming it in there a little bit.
Yeah, cut you a groove in one of the cases and just
Do a chamber check.
just
I-
chamber check it.
I know it'll drop in my chamber because my chamber is looser than my Sheridan gauge, and it's dropping in my Sheridan gauge. So
Silent Preacher was on
You,
here.
you
when he
heard
started.
you heard it live, everybody. He's got a loose chamber.
Yes. So let's see. The driving band is 233, we'll call it.
Almost a quarter inch. You're fine in the neck.
And I've got 0.16, so it's just shy of 3/16 a driving band in the neck.
No.
So he asked, is there another loading reference? So you checked a different book?
Well, it's from the Shooter's World manual. The Shooter's World is telling me to load this bullet out to 2.2, and there's not a whole lot of driving band in that neck. It's more than 50%, but I don't know. It's kind of weird. What do you think, Curtis?
Oh, what?
300 blackout.
You caught him off guard.
So this bullet's got a boat tail, and the driving band of this bullet is only about halfway, into the neck. So the bottom half of the neck of the case doesn't have any bullet contact on the driving band. Is that okay if I crimp it? And
It's in an AR.
yes.
As long as it feeds okay and doesn't move the bullet around, I wouldn't be afraid of it.
Yeah.
I try to seat with at least one caliber of bullet shank, if you know what I mean. So if you got a 30 caliber bullet, I like to have 300 in contact, but I've done a lot less and I've done a lot more. And I think
on a 300 blackout, 300 is about your entire neck. Actually,
right.
Yeah,
It's about the whole
Yep.
neck. So seating down.
Load
to
up
the
a
neck
half a
should be
dozen of them. Load a half a dozen of them at that length. Hand cycle them through and check your concentricity. If you're losing concentricity, then you got to go deeper. If it's fine, move on. Shoot 'em.
300 blackout is one of those ones that's really strange in regards to that, I found, because one of the best shooting 300 blackout supersonic loads that I made is that stupid 110 grain Spire point that like Hornady makes and Spear makes. Everybody makes one, and it's like a wedge almost.
and it's barely in the neck.
300 blackout, it's cut for bullets this long, and you seat that stupid 110 all the way to the cantilever with a case full of H110, and it shoots dynamite. And it makes no sense because it's jumping 5/8 of an inch. But it
in an
runs
AR,
great.
it shoots great, but in my
It shoots great.
Ruger
It works.
American, it doesn't shoot worth a flip.
Yeah, I haven't tried it in an American. I've only tried. I do have a Ruger American in 300 blackout, and I just got one in 7.62 by 39, but I haven't done anything with it yet. But I haven't shot that load in the bolt gun. But
But that Ruger American loves that Lee 113 grain round nose. So
yeah, very cool. Yeah, I'd shoot that. The one that you just showed, I don't think it'd be a problem as long as it doesn't move around. Like Marvin said, if it doesn't, what I would worry about is when it feeds, if it hits the ramp and does one of these kink numbers, then that obviously would be a problem. But you'll know right away.
The barrel will straighten it out. It'll be fine, right?
Probably.
It'll be fine. Wouldn't worry about it. Just go out and shoot. It'll be good.
Hey,
when you're down range and you hear the bullet go by going zzz, yeah.
So
it'll be okay.
Since I'm here and Pat's here, we can do an ice cream chat.
Hey, Pat. Cheers, my brother.
Pat.
Oh,
John,
what you drinking? I was going to go straight to the whiskey, but all right.
I've got
done with that one.
Pat, I've got
John
some
Wayne
shochu up there. Do you like that?
You got what?
Shochu.
Shochu?
It's kind of like vodka, but it's Japanese and it's distilled from rice. So it's got that little bit of a sake flavor to it. It's super. When I was in Japan, that's what we would hit. So
we can do whiskey, Pat, if you want to do whiskey.
All right, be right back.
I gotta go grab something, but I'll be right back too.
I'm sticking to Oktoberfest.
I think the only whiskey I have is Knob Creek Rye.
You got a little spice.
Knob Creek Rye and Verner's Ginger Ale. Oh, man.
Curtis, I've got something that I want you to be on the lookout for. Broken Barrel cast strength, 115 proof.
115 proof.
I turned my camera and muted myself because I had to blow my nose, but I'm trying to be a good boy. That's why I'm drinking Dr. Pepper cream soda.
Put that 115 in there.
So Marvin, your new Contender 44, is that a Super 14 barrel?
No, it's the 10-inch.
10? Okay.
Yeah.
I have my 44 barrel is a Super 14. So yeah, you'll like
I'd like
it.
to have
Even
the 14, the threaded 14 is what I would like to have. But, you know, I guess a couple weeks ago you were talking about on your chat that finding the barrels right now, because that one company, who is it? What are that makes the stainless barrels?
well, there's
They're
Bullberry makes
House of
barrels.
Arms or
E.
SSK.
Arthur Brown makes barrels.
Mhm.
SSK, which was Lehigh, and now they've sold it again too. It's all changed hands, and the lead time is just terrible. And Bullberry
SK is who I was talking about.
expensive. But there's a lot of TC stuff out. You know, the best thing you can do, Marvin, if you can spare the time, find some place where there's an IMSA shoot. I've been going to IMSA shoots. I've done 8 of them this year, silhouette shoots, matches. And there's a lot of guys that are like my dad's age in their mid 70s that are getting out and they're selling. That's where that 4570
Right.
converter that I showed in the video here a week ago, that came from a guy that's getting out of shooting silhouette, you know, and he wrote me a killer deal on that. I only paid $425 for that, you know, for a stainless one, you know, so that's they're out.
4570 and a pistol is scary.
It's not bad. You know, Marvin, and I loaded it down. Those starting loads I ran, it was accurate 50, was it 5744? And it was pretty light load. I mean, it was lighter than some of the 44 Magnum stuff I shoot. It was not bad. Now you could crank it up, I suppose, but you know, I was not trying to hurt myself, but it wasn't bad.
You were putting buffalo rounds in there, huh?
No. And you know, the thing is if you keep the bullet weight down, that's the key. If you try to shoot 500s out of it or something, you won't be happy. But if you shoot 300s, 275s, 300s, I picked up a couple of bags of these. I don't have any 4570 molds, but I picked up
Pick
these,
up that NOE 350 grain hollow point.
Yeah, these are 275. So out of that contender barrel, that 10-inch contender barrel, this 275 will be pretty good. So I'm waiting
Pat
for
and I
an
both
expander to
love
get
that
here.
NOE 350.
Oh yeah, all of them. Well, yeah, that
Yeah.
458. Yeah, it's great in 300, 325, 350. It's good in 500. I love that design, that taco design.
Yeah. Taco
Pat, was that
designed that
little
one. That NOE
Woodford
makes.
Reserve?
All right, so this is unbelievable. And Pat, you'll like this. And I don't know how I made this happen, but this is the last of the Woodford Reserve Double Oak that Cranky sent me almost 2.5 years ago.
Wow.
2.5 years.
You've got the same problem I do. You know, I leave it in the shelf and it evaporates. I mean, I could have sworn
Every time you take the cork out, it evaporates.
It just
That's right.
disappears.
I thought that looked like Woodford Reserve, Pat.
And Kyle, I was listening to you guys earlier, and here's the hat. I mean, nothing's stopping us from putting on hats.
That's right. I got my Elvis Ammo hat sitting right here.
I know I've got to have one around here somewhere.
Oh, so we're supposed to have a hat now? I didn't get my glass.
Hang
either.
on. I wasn't told about the hat thing. Hang
Or
on.
or sunglasses, one or the other.
Stand
It
by.
wasn't-
Oh,
It
you got
wasn't
it.
a thing.
I'll get a hat.
It wasn't a thing, but anything goes.
Oh, God. Stand by. I got hats over here. Hang on. Let me go grab a hat.
This is my Pope Lusk hat that Uncle Jim sent me. Well, I might have it on backwards. I don't know.
Yeah. Y'all keep drinking whiskey. It might be an underwear chat before it's over.
Whoa! Yep.
Speaking of Uncle
I found
Jim,
this underneath the reloading bench when I moved it, and I couldn't believe the price on Spiral Ham. Good Lord.
Oh, man.
anybody seen Uncle Jim? I sent him a link too. What's up?
I think he went to bed after him and Julio said goodnight.
No way. He cut it off at 7:30 his time.
Dude,
There you go. There's your hat.
Look at
we
look
came
at the
in from
Western
cleaning the
Scotsman.
shop, and I caught 1 minute of the live chat. I was like, I'll be on after I get out of the shower. And it was like, good night,
I saw
everybody.
Mr. Holster Special.
It actually looks good on you.
Attaboy, Scotsman.
There
Be
we
better
go.
with a longer
there you
beard,
go.
though.
I like that.
Well, I'm working on it, Kyle. Give me a break, dude. God. You know how bad I feel about for shaving that off, man?
Well, at least you don't have the racing stripes like I've got.
I'm getting there, man. I'm getting there. Trust me, there's 20 colors in here. You just can't see it on
Oh.
camera.
Don't worry, Kyle. The stripes will go away.
Yeah.
Yeah. know.
I got one down the middle. Looks like I've been eating crawfish.
There's probably at least 10 or 15, maybe even 20 colors sitting in this beard. It's crazy.
But
That
you
Just
actually
a Man's
kind
a
of look a little bit
lifesaver,
like
right?
Hank Williams Jr. in that get up.
Pat, brother, slide you up.
Cheers. Cheers to Cranky. Where'd Curtis go? Oh, he's hat shopping still.
Curtis is hat
Hang
shopping.
on, y'all gonna make me take a shot. Dang it. Trying to
Tin
be
Man
good.
is like, damn it. I'm actively loading bullets right now.
No, I heard Curtis and my ears perked up. I keep forgetting there's another one.
Well, you notice his name, right?
Oh, he's got the deer
Well,
hunting hat on.
You just
Yeah.
go by.
It's a waterfowl hat. It's a Filson wool.
There you go.
All
I
right.
got a bottle, so I'm with
You
you,
got some
Scott.
knob? There you go.
It's the rye knob.
There you go. He's got
Ooh.
some,
I do
he's
have
got
some
some
whiskey
wine
up
now.
here, but it's
It's not bad for what it costs. I mean, it's not big time or anything. But
No, that's the
Yeah,
fun
but
part
it ain't
about
cheap
rye.
either.
I think
I'm
if rye is
upstairs, and
finally,
the only thing I got is Evan Williams up here, and there's
Yeah.
not much of it.
I think
Scott's
it's not a
probably
fast
already
to get
done,
it
though.
cheap.
I see how it is.
Corey's
Paul.
asking if
Hey,
anyone's
Evan
had
Williams
any
for
luck
price.
on large
There you go.
rifle primers lately. I've been able to pick them up locally, but local shops are 300 maximum.
So large rifle primers are the ones that nobody can find right now for whatever reason. Like it used to be small pistol you couldn't find, and large rifle were everywhere. Now they've flip flopped.
Yeah, I've had no
Always out of,
I've had no
Evan
problem finding
Williams
either
'cause we've
one.
been making that homemade hollandaise sauce.
Wow.
Well, I'll wear a hat and I'll have a little drink of whiskey, but I'm not going to smoke, Kyle. Sorry.
I'll drink out of one of my wedding
and I'll go
cups.
get my pipe.
I got to draw the line somewhere, right? But
Well, I could
you know what? Before we hit the whiskey, I'd be willing to do the ice cream thing again.
The ice cream.
What's the ice cream thing?
Oh, we had a live chat a long time ago where, like, they were saying Pat ended up at McDonald's at the drive-thru for ice cream, and then I did it, and the ice cream machine was down, so I went to a different McDonald's, and there it is. The ever popular ice cream machines, or no, it wasn't the ice cream machine. It was the system that was for running the transaction, and so I went through the drive-thru, and the lady said we're cash only. So I said, "Oh, that's not a problem. I just wanted ice cream," and she goes, "I just pull around." I pulled, and she gave me the ice cream. And that was when the girl had the tongue ring, and she showed us the tongue ring and went, and the video was so funny.
You went back around again.
I went
just to
back
get her to
around
fill it.
again, and she gave me another free ice cream.
God,
I ended
that
up going
was,
through Brahms
what,
that
4
night.
years
Yeah.
ago.
That was a long time ago.
Oh yeah, that was a great chat.
The way it started, Scotsman, is Pat left his cell phone on in his pocket, and he went out at 3 o'clock in the morning to get some ice cream from McDonald's.
Just up the street, wasn't it?
It's right across the street.
Yeah.
And then Chico went to get it too. And then I think when he got to the McDonald's, that's when the ice cream machine was broken, which, that's a big scam. The company that sold them the ice cream machines had a deal where they would go through the cleaning cycle, and if they didn't get to a certain temperature, they'd throw an error and lock the machine out, and then they'd have to call for service to the vendor. And it got to be a big thing because as the machines aged, they did it all the time. Well, then somebody actually invented a way to get her, because nobody knew the codes to know what the error really was. And then somebody invented a magic thing you plug into the USB or whatever, and it would translate the code and tell them what it was, and you could bypass it and clean the
And
machine. And then there was
McDonald's
a
threatened
lawsuit.
to sue their franchisees for
Oh,
using
yeah,
it.
it was a mess. It was a big mess.
Yeah.
But for a while there,
Big deal.
everybody's ice cream machine was broken.
It was a big deal. I remember that.
Well, I got
All
my
right.
wedding cup.
And
Drink.
enough yapping,
Oh,
Curtis.
that's cool.
Enough yapping. Let's go.
Okay, we're ready.
Slide you up.
All right.
Cheers.
No, I'm outside.
Cheers, my water.
I got some flea spray. Should I drink that?
I'm sorry, flea spray.
Ah,
Ugh. That might be more. That might be crazier than Ed's Red.
Yeah, it's like dewormer.
Yeah. Excuse me
Don't
while I
do
go
that
crap in the
again.
yard.
Dual purpose.
Ooh, I got to chase that with some beer.
Drinking
I can take a
dewormer.
shot of edible frog lube.
Is that from the frogs in your backyard? Did you squeeze them?
Yes, hand scraped.
Kyle's out there scraping frogs.
I haven't been paying attention.
Yeah, I think they're gone for the season now.
you want to say hi to Uncle? Well, to Tin Man, to Jordan's dad.
Scotsman, where'd you get that hat?
This is a Mr. Holster hat.
Nope.
Oh, is it really? Well, that's hats off to Mr. Holster.
Come on, show me your teeth.
Yeah.
This is special, man.
It is special.
Do I hear a Zoe?
Yeah, you know what she just asked me? Can we make bullets tonight?
Yes,
Oh.
every night.
Yes.
I
Show me-
know.
show me
Yeah,
your
we
teeth.
love Zoe.
Oh yeah.
Say cheese.
Oh, somebody lost a tooth.
Oh
Oh
man.
boy.
All right.
Yeah,
Lost it.
Curtis, I'm blessed on 5 hats, man.
Just don't punch
I-
the wall.
You got
I hear-
5 of them?
I hear
got
the
5
Tooth
of them.
Fairy's handing out 50s this year.
No.
You know, I was going to say
50
something
cent.
like that.
50
I was
cent.
going to say that first, but I was like, you know what? Maybe their family doesn't do the Tooth Fairy. You know, it's like, I don't know. We did when we were kids, you know.
Well,
No.
fairies
Tooth
in
Fairy's been
California
visiting, but
and fairies in Iowa.
We got ripped
Fairy
off.
gotta
We only
put
got
in
we only got a
overtime,
quarter.
is what it sounds like.
Yeah. Alex got us though. He was I don't remember. He was in like in his how old are they? I don't even remember. He was small and he had a loose tooth and was wiggling it for a day. And you know, we were like, oh, let's pluck it out of there. And he'd done the Tooth Fairy thing before and he popped the thing out without telling us and he stuck it under his pillow and nothing happened. You know, and then he did it like I think he did it 2 nights in a row before he finally says he came to me and he just walked right up to me. He's literally says, "Dad, is the Tooth Fairy real?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" He says I put my tooth under my pillow twice and nothing happened. I'm like, "Well, put it back under there and you'll get double." And he goes, "Wait a minute, what about Santa?" And I said, "Do you get things that you like on Christmas morning?" He goes, "Well, yeah." And I said, "Don't worry about it."
Oh man, you should have said, "Well, yeah, the Tooth Fairy's real, but you have to call her, so you got to let me know so I can call her." Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta have an appointment.
I got
Right.
to send an email. Right.
Yeah, he's like, "What about Santa?" I'm like, "Do you get things you like on Christmas morning?" He goes, "Well, yeah." And I'm like, "Don't worry about it."
Which is it's rough during this time, you know, with COVID and everything.
That's right.
Tooth Fairy doesn't want to go to just any house, you know.
Yep.
That's right. Did you put it 6 feet away from your pillow?
You know, and then
Get
that stupid movie with The Rock came out where he was the Tooth Fairy knocking people's teeth out and all that stuff. And
Oh yeah.
then it all changed.
Is that chimney M95 compatible?
You guys start setting your teeth on the curb.
That's right.
Sleep in a tent, you know, outside where it's, you know, separated.
Put it in a Ziploc bag so I can find it easier.
Just watch out for the human fecal matter if you live in California. Did I say that out loud?
Yeah, James Pollard, I plan on probably wearing this one when I do that video, man. You'll like the video when it comes out.
You
like
actually
that.
look really good in that hat, dude.
He does.
Yeah, he's right.
I like what Sanchez said there. Burnaby Sanchez says, "This town ain't big enough for you in that hat, son." That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
It's a big hat, man, but hey, you know, I like it.
Just
That's
reminds
cool
me.
that you have those, Scots.
You
but
got to
that's-
say,
that's a
and
nice
hell's
looking hat.
coming with me. And hell's coming with me.
I'm blessed to have them, man.
I was thinking more like
I got like 5 of them. I think it is, and
I was-
I'm blessed to have them.
One thing
No.
they can never say is, "Where's the Scotsman?" Oh, he's down there on the creek walking on water.
Walking on water.
Some of y'all may not get that. Okay, I get it.
With that hat, I was thinking more along the lines of, Daddy, my hat blew off. Too bad your head wasn't in it.
Yeah, that's what.
I need to watch that
Rock me
again.
to sleep, Daddy. You can use my rock.
Didn't slap his mama hard enough.
Ain't no
So,
way.
do the hats have names the way his pistols did?
No, they don't. There's something we could do though. Maybe I should make a video of all the hats and ask people.
That'd be cool.
That would
That'd
be
be cool.
cool.
Maybe get people to name the hats. There we go.
Good idea. I like that.
I want to name that one Chester.
Chester.
That's random.
We had a bull named Chester.
I don't know. Everyone's going Buford T. Justice, so let's go Buford.
If
Buford.
your beard was
Buford T.
longer,
Justice. Yeah.
Buf.
if your
Well,
beard was
better.
longer, we'd name
You
it.
gotta
Ezekiel.
you gotta put the toilet paper in your glasses though.
That's right.
Oh, that's funny.
Hey, James Pollard's here.
Yeah, he popped in a minute ago. He said I had an Elmer Fudd hat on. No, the Elmer Fudd hat. I've got two of those wool plaid ones, just like that. I wear those when I'm outside shoveling snow. They're warm.
Tell you what, the Russians know how to make a hat.
The Russians know how to make a hat.
All right, I like that. Six shooter tax and Elmer Keith.
Hey, Angel. Bye, Angel.
There we go.
Elmer Keith hat. There you go.
Hey,
know how to get in the camera. Hi.
Well,
Yeah.
Curtis, my stepdaughter's going to be up in Troy for 2 weeks here.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
What's she doing up there?
She works for Drury Hotels, and she's up there filling in for a manager.
Is she single?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Are you asking?
Is she single? Does she like me?
Those are questions for Twine. I'm not going to get it.
Now, Troy's about an hour and a half. It's Detroit area. You know, in Michigan, when we live on this side of the state, we kind of joke that anything east of US 23 is Detroit, which it really isn't, but we just jokingly say that, so it's not that far though. There's people that
Twine's
commute there to
don't
work.
be driving around. Don't be driving around Detroit at night. It's high crime.
And that's another one
Why
of those
not?
things too. It's like any city. There's areas where if you're not in alignment with the people that are there, it's best that you stay away unless unless you know some people or and it's like that everywhere. It's just there are some places where I wouldn't go unless I was with somebody that knew the area. It's just the way it is. There's places you fit in, there's places you don't fit in.
yeah, same thing in Atlanta, Curtis.
Yeah,
It's kind of like
Any
going
big town.
to Victoria's Secret. If you're a man, you don't go there alone.
that's probably good advice. It's probably real good advice.
You afraid you'll get mauled by a bunch of women in lingerie?
No, I don't think that would happen.
I'd walk in and they go, "We don't have your size in here."
Although I do that at garage sales sometimes. I stop at garage sales, especially if there's nothing there that I'm interested in looking at, and I'll take a dress off the rack and I'll look at the lady and I'll say, "Do you think this will fit me?" And sometimes they just laugh and say it's pretty good. Other times they're like, "What?"
Sometimes they pull a gun.
That's how you tell who your friends and
Let
foes
me ask my
are.
manager.
Right there.
Yeah.
You go to a yard sale, pull a dress off the rack.
And Johnny 82 is kind of joking around there. He's talking about he in Warren, and there's parts of Detroit that are unsavory. I wouldn't go hang around in Delray in the middle of the night. It's just not where I would go.
Right.
There's parts of Inkster that are a little bit rough. There's sections of Ecorse Road over there in Inkster that aren't places I would hang out. But for the most part, there's very few parts of Detroit proper that I wouldn't drive through. It's just one of those things. mind your P's and Q's. And I think even when you're in those places, as long as you just kind of play it cool, you'll probably be fine.
She's talking about getting her passport for a long time, and she's like, "Dang it! Now I'm going to be in Detroit for 2 weeks. I could have popped over to Canada for a day trip on my day."
Do you
off."
guys have like smart driver's licenses that have like the IDs and stuff on the chip or
She
whatever?
might. I haven't.
Because
I
if
don't
she
know.
has a smart ID, you can use that to cross to Windsor. And Windsor's fun. It's
Okay, I'll ask her.
it's pretty laid back in Windsor. Windsor's not a lot different than Detroit, really. But if you go outside of Windsor and go up to like London, Ontario, and a little further up towards Toronto, stuff starts to get to be more fun.
She's not been out of the country, so she was like, "Oh, that'd be cool."
Canada's barely out of the country. It's like
Right.
it's like going to Ohio. It's the same thing.
Go get her some poutine and come back. Right?
There's poutine around here,
Oh, okay.
Of course, around here they
Poutine's fault.
take French fries and put gravy on it and call it poutine. It's
I
You
think
gotta
I'm
have the
finally
cheese curds on there.
I'm finally
Is
allowed
that
to go to
Vladimir
Canada.
Putin?
You're finally
you're
allowed
over
to go
18
to
now,
Canada?
Tin Man.
No, I wasn't allowed to go to Canada for 9 years because I got arrested for drunk driving in 2011.
Oh, that's right.
Is there a restriction on that?
Yes.
I never knew that
Yeah.
was a thing. You can't cross the border if you have a DUI.
For 9 years.
9
How do these
years.
people that work at General Motors on both sides of the bridge do it? They freaking drink all the time.
Is
I-
that
I-
is that just the Canada
They don't get
border?
caught.
Is that just the Canada border? I've
If
never
you've
heard.
ever had a felony in the United States, you can't get into Canada. Period.
Well, if you go to that's messed up too, because if you go to Canada, there's a lot of drinkers up there.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So yeah, I never understood that, but whatever.
yeah. I didn't know that there was a rule.
So hold on. What is the reason for you to go to Canada in the first fucking place?
I'm
To
not
drink.
saying there was
drinking
one,
age
but
used to be 18 there. That's my first trip to Windsor was exactly because of that, because 18 was age there, and
Yep.
Michigan was 21. So a group of us went across the bridge and went to an Italian restaurant and
Okay,
had spaghetti
like
and
you're
wine.
telling me you waited till you were 18 till you had your first drink. You're so full of shit.
I didn't say that. I said that when I was 18,
No, to have his first
because the
legal
age
drink.
was there.
no, it was just easier to actually not have to worry about it.
No, go ahead. Be honest, Tin Man. You wanted one of them French toilet seats.
No,
Light
so
bulb, light
It's-
bulb,
it-
toilets.
Oh
It
no, Kyle, he wanted the 3 seashells.
no. It was one of those things where I never wanted to, but knowing that I wasn't allowed to kind of made me want to do it.
Right.
Well, that's
Johnny-
Johnny merits right there.
I guess
'cause you
that's the
wanted to go to
libertarian in
Canada.
me. I don't know.
Johnny 1982. He's from the Detroit area. He knows the drill. Whatever he says is probably pretty close to the truth of why we went to Windsor when we were kids.
Well, if you drive through that area at night, if you should be fine as long as you blow all the red lights and just never stop. I mean,
Oh, it's like East St. Louis.
you can't really get carjacked if you're moving.
Nah, that's like driving through Chicago, dude. It don't matter what time you're driving through Chicago. You just keep going. Don't stop ever.
Yeah,
You know
downtown's
that's how-
downtown's
you know that's
not
how
bad.
breakdancing was invented, right?
Downtown's horrible. What are you talking about?
There's nothing wrong with Troy, but there are some parts of Troy that are a little rough. But like Johnny 1982 was saying, if you don't start any shit, there won't be any.
Right.
if you
Well,
get
and
to
she's
your-
not going to. She's 21 years old and single.
Yeah.
She's,
They're not gonna let me finish.
and she's like a floating manager for the Drury hotels. And
She's probably
she
staying
had-
right there at one of their properties.
right, she's staying on
Yeah.
property.
Not
Yeah.
leaving the property.
Marvin says she's not leaving the property.
I'm gonna finish this joke whether y'all let me or not.
Okay, Kyle.
Breakdancing was invented because somebody in East St. Louis tried to steal hubcaps off a car that was still driving.
Still driving. Right.
Grab a hold of a hubcap on a car that's still driving. You'll be breakdancing.
The only reason you go to East St. Louis is for the strip clubs, or you're stationed at Fort Belvoir or Belvoir Air Force Base. Yeah.
You gotta hide in the storm drains and reach out and rip the wheel weights off of cars that are driving by. Is there-
Pollard says
don't
you
touch
can
the
just
curb,
identify as a Canadian and not have to go there. That's a lot funnier than you think it is. I'll have to tell you the story sometime, Mr. Pollard. And here in Jackson, Michigan, at one point in time, there were a lot of people that thought I was from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. It was a big joke for a spell. And then what's really funny about it is after I worked that angle with a bunch of people, it actually got back to my dad, because part of the story was I was born in Saskatoon in '68 because my dad was a draft dodger and left the country. Met my mother in Saskatoon. It's a big story that I fabricated. It was all because of a jacket that I have. I have a Kodet wool jacket, and somebody that I worked with accused me of voting a way that I didn't vote. And as a joke, I said, "No, I didn't. I can't vote." "Well, why is that? You in some kind of trouble?" I'm like, "No, I'm Canadian." And I just played this story out and evolved over time. And so I made
It
up.
got back to your dad.
Yeah, it got back to my dad about him being a draft dodger. He called me on the phone one night and he's just livid. He's like, "What are you telling people?" And I'm like, "Dad, it's just a joke. Somebody accused me for voting the way I didn't vote, and I made up this story about how I can't vote because I'm in Canada. Why would I be from Canada?" "Well, my dad's a draft dodger." That's how it.
I
He's
voted
like,
for Bill
he's
Clinton.
he says, "That don't make no sense." And I'm like, "I know it doesn't make any sense. It's just a joke." He says, "It ain't a joke when it got back to me." It was a big deal for about 5 minutes until I explained myself.
You just said it's even funnier that it got back to you. Now it's a really funny joke.
Well, yeah, and I don't even remember how it got back to him, but he just called me out of the blue and he says, "What's this shit you're saying about me?" No, it's just a joke.
He's a draft dodger.
Hey, Tin Man, let me share something with you.
Yes, sir.
Buddha
Oh, what
Belly
you got? Hang on.
and Suicide Soda mixed half and half. It's very good.
Yep. So
I might have
remember-
to break the hat chat. This thing is hot. I am.
Yeah,
Yep, I had to take mine off.
you're the only one with the hat still
It's a
on.
rough
So
cotton hat, man.
I could never make it
outta
that long
here.
in hat hats for that reason. The tinfoil hat one was the worst. My head was sweating in that tinfoil hat, like a little oven. But yeah, Kyle, I was doing some more research on how to get nicotine delivered to your house, and they're making it pretty tough.
Yeah.
So I'm
You
still
can just buy
researching.
it, like extract or something.
So you used to be able to get it mailed right to your front door in pretty much very, very potent form to make your own vape juice with. But apparently that was an issue with COVID-19 because when they passed that first omnibus bill, they outlawed mailing nicotine products in the USPS. I don't know what the hell that has to do with COVID. I'm pretty sure it's just some back scratching with big tobacco going on. But that's where we're at right now. You can't get nicotine delivered to your house anymore.
So where does nicotine come from if it doesn't come from tobacco? They must have to extract it from
synthetic.
There are companies that make synthetic. A lot of it is tobacco derived, and they just mix it, in different strengths with propylene glycol.
That's why Juul did the big settlement because theirs is all synthetic,
Oh,
and that's how they skirted the FDA.
oh, so that I never knew the backstory where all that legal challenge was coming. I didn't realize it was big tobacco against them. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm pretty sure it was.
I'm trying to quit the dang cigarettes. I've been smoking a lot of pipe tobaccos and stuff like that. I've started getting more and more into the robot juice, is what I call it.
Yeah.
And
Man,
me and Tim Man were talking about it, about making your own, because I make my own everything: dishwashing soap, clothes washing soap.
Well, yeah, that's the type of people we are, man. We all make our own ammo and our bullets. So
Right.
I like what Kenny says there. You can't, they regulate the delivering the nicotine to you, but you can grow just about any other thing that you want to thrill yourself with.
yeah, you can grow all the pot you
Right.
want.
Right.
Well, not in this state. So,
Like I said, the only
And I guess
reason
that's probably exactly what Curtis was getting at. It's probably because there isn't a major, obviously there's these small distributions everywhere, but there isn't a major industry yet, on those products. As soon as there is, then there'll probably be regulations for the small guy on that too.
And I think
Well,
that's what their big deal was. That's kind of the ATF's jurisdiction. So the ATF was probably mad that they didn't have control over that. And then Big Tobacco was mad that people were making their own instead of buying their crap. So, I mean, it's
Yeah.
It's all money.
Yeah.
With everything political, it's all bullshit. It's all about money.
Well,
Period.
it's just like
Well,
eggs.
it's
Eggs go
all-
through the whole cycle of are they good for you, are they bad for you? You know,
Yep.
it's up,
Well,
down,
Yep.
up, down.
Here's the thing, man. Okay, so we all know they're all bad for you. It doesn't fucking matter. But this is the thing that cracks me up the most. So they're supposedly searching for a cure for cancer, but the FDA and the CDC both approve of cigarettes. Think about that.
Yeah.
It's all bullshit. It's all about money. It all comes back to that for everything.
Actually,
Everything you think
George
about.
Carlin put out a very good comedy special. It's bullshit and it's bad for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kenny's got another point. Pretty soon they'll be door dashing from the dispensary. You can
Right.
do booze on,
You know-
you can do booze on DoorDash. Why? I
Didn't-
guess
Didn't
Hey,
South
we're
Park do that? South Park
Missouri's
did that.
voting on recreational in November.
I did
Oh.
notice that they are. There is a delivery company from the liquor store that's down the street from my house.
That's
there's
just
a lot of states
smart.
that have home
That's just
delivery
smart
for
business innovation. They have a drive-through. They have a drive-through liquor mart over in Illinois, right across the river from me. You just pull up to the window, get your booze, and then you drive home.
Oh, they've had drive-through booze
We've
places
had
around
drive-through
here
liquor
forever.
since I was a kid.
There's a garage
in
door on
Arkansas.
each end, and you
Yeah,
drive
that's-
through, and the
that's
person
nothing
walks
new.
to your car and asks you what you
But
want.
the
and
delivery
the whole place is
service,
lined with coolers.
that
They
was
just
new.
grab it and hand
Yep.
it to you. It's crazy.
The delivery
But you
service is
can't drink and
brilliant,
drive
though.
those. So you better put it in the back.
That's the
seat.
funny part because you can be smashed and you just get to drive and get your booze and knock it out of the car. That's kind of why I always thought it was funny.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
When
the
my dad
delivery
was
I
in
service-
thought it
college in the
funny. I'm
50s,
too
they
drunk
would
to
deliver.
drive to the liquor store, but I want more liquor.
You could get draft beer by the half
Aren't you
gallon.
drunk
delivered.
enough?
it's a funny world.
So do you really enjoy the vape thing, or is it just because you? I mean, other than the fact that the nicotine is got its effects, do you enjoy it? Is it like guys that smoke cigars that like the flavor too, or is it?
For me or Kyle?
Well, I was talking to you, Kurt.
I started it because I smoked cigarettes for 12 years, and they got to be $7
Rookie.
a pack. So I was like, nah, I ain't doing that anymore. And honestly, if I would have known about making your own cigarettes, like getting the rolling machine and doing your own, I'd probably still smoke. But I also got tired of stinking all the time. I just stunk. I could smell it on myself.
I can see.
Yeah, I just got tired of that.
morning
So
cough.
I switched over to the vape, and I immediately went to 3 milligrams per milliliter, which is probably the lowest you can get anywhere, and I was fine with it. So I don't know if it's a nicotine thing or if it's just a habit thing.
It's a habit thing.
Yeah, for sure.
That's
I mean,
that's
when
what
you're
it is.
driving, all that stuff, you still
Oh
do
yeah,
it.
it's part of your ritual. Yeah, it's like
Yep.
yeah, I get it. It's like
Hey, when I quit smoking, driving was the hardest part of quitting
Yes.
smoking.
Well, especially if you have a commute to work. I mean, you have your
Yeah,
certain
I
point in
did.
your commute where you're supposed to light a cigarette because you do every single day. You have your certain
I
landmarks.
went
you
to
don't have
277.
anything to
I
do
gotta
with your
smoke a
hand.
cigarette.
Yeah.
So I went to sunflower seeds. I kept a cup of sunflower seeds in my cup holder. I'd take one out, I'd put it in my mouth, I'd do it, and I'd take the seeds out and throw it away. And that's how I broke my habit of wanting to do something with my hands driving
Okay.
in my commute
Good idea.
after I quit smoking. I quit smoking when Marlboro Lights were $17.50 a carton, so $1.75 a pack. So
Man, that was right
been
before
a
I was,
while.
that's before I was
long
born.
time.
Shit.
Yeah, they used to be 3 for $5. I bet you can't find that now.
I think they were. You could walk into a gas station with $3 and get a pack of smokes, and a lot of times you do the buy one get one freeze. So that's when I started. It's probably 2006 or so.
Oh Lord, those are rookie numbers.
I was also
Oh, yeah.
16 years old. I mean, I'm a youngin.
Go back to 94, 93, something like that.
I was still wearing cartoon underwear in '93. I wasn't smoking Marlboros back then.
And I stopped smoking cigarettes cold turkey probably 2011, 2012, somewhere in there. I just stopped cold turkey.
95.
And then it's probably the last 5 years or so I started smoking a pipe.
Did you ever smoke, Pat?
No, I've been on chewing tobacco since Copenhagen was 35 cents a tin.
Middle school.
Yeah.
It must be because of the mustache. You're afraid of lighting it off or something.
No, everybody.
I will say I have
back then
caught
everybody
my board
smoked,
on fire before.
but I just quit Copenhagen because they've come out with this stuff. It's little nicotine pouches. It's all synthetic. It's like some artificial powder stuff.
That's not going to cause cancer.
I remember when you went to the tobacco shop and they didn't believe that they were that price or whatever. That was a few weeks ago.
I've got enough to last me 2 months or at least now. So they were $1 a piece on special at 7-Eleven. So I'm thinking, how can you get a nicotine fix any cheaper than that, except for if you buy it by the gallon?
Right. Yeah, just buy it highly concentrated and drip some into your nicotine pouches. You'll be foaming at the mouth.
Rub it on your skin. Yeah.
Well, I think I've said this on one of these chats before, but down at the vape store, I wanted them to up the nicotine level of a couple of different flavors, and he goes, "Yeah, I can do that, but I have to do it. I can't give you the vials of nicotine to do it. I have to do it."
Yep. There's a reason for that.
That's weird.
Well,
whatever. Do it.
It's weird until you consider they probably get, nicotine in 100 milligram per milliliter, and if you get that on your skin, it can kill you. So that's probably it's probably a safety thing.
What a way to go.
I wear gloves when I mess with it, when I make my juice. I don't want to go out like that, laying on the floor. Puddle my own vomit. No thanks.
But you can't get it like that anymore, though, right?
No.
Are you a spitter or a swallower, Pat?
It's awful.
So when back 30, 40 years ago, I was
just
over
here rolling in the
and
floor,
I burned out all the salivary glands in my lower lip long time ago. So now it just kind of sits there and does its thing and percolates into the bloodstream, and I don't have to spit. But they're growing back. Since I switched to this stuff for about 6 months now, I'm starting to get salivary glands on the lower lip again.
Pat has regained the ability to salivate. Hallelujah.
Does the fine cut stuff like the Copenhagen or the Skoal, does that make as much saliva as like the big wad stuff like Redman does, or is it different?
Okay. Well,
yeah, I'm a rookie at this stuff. I know that you guys are all laughing, but I've never.
No, I have no idea either. I'm with you.
So the nicotine makes you salivate. Okay.
Oh, that's from the nicotine itself.
The nicotine itself does that. So they're both the same when you start up. I mean, if you haven't done it before, you'll be spitting like crazy either way. But after a while, like I said, with the fine cut Copenhagen stuff, it will burn out your glands.
Okay. So here's another question, Pat. Maybe you'll know, maybe you won't. You can smoke marijuana to get the THC. You can do the extracts and the oil and all that. You can make Woody Allen brownies and get baked from that. Can you make chew with marijuana leaves?
Some pot chaw.
I have no idea. I really don't. I mean, everybody's got their own thing and it's legal now, but I don't like this stuff. It makes me stupid for like 4 days, and I don't like to be stupid.
I just wonder why don't they?
That's a really good question, because I know if you get busted by the cops and you're carrying some of that stuff, if you eat it, you'll get pretty baked. So I wonder if it would do the same thing, get into your bloodstream if you take a big old hammer of dope and just put it in your lip.
What I'm getting at is I understand nicotine and how it, it's an enjoyable thing, but to me, smoking a cigarette doesn't make as much sense. And I've never smoked a joint either. So to me, smoking a joint would make a lot more sense than smoking a cigarette. It seems like that would be something that would be more fun, I guess. But so the reason I ever have is the way I am. If I liked it, I'd want to do it all the time. I'd be if I smoked one I liked it, I'd be a freaking pothead.
So the thing with cigarettes, though, your first time you smoke a cigarette, you are going to get an absolute crazy head rush, and you will get a head rush, the first few times you smoke, but then it goes away. So I don't know if part of that's just trying to chase that head rush again with the cigarette, because the only way to get it is to not have it for a while.
Well, I've smoked cigarettes before. When I was real little,
no matter if it's nicotine, no matter if it's marijuana, no matter if it's any other drug, you're always trying to chase that first high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was
Never
little,
get
I
it.
asked my mom one day, I said, "Why do you smoke?" And she's like, "Because I like the taste. Here, try it." And she made me finish a freaking Newport 100. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I think I'm cured of that.
I like
Yeah.
And
the
then-
way you said that, because I like the taste.
That's exactly what her voice sounded like. You just smoke too much. So, but, and then one time when the Marines got me totally schnockered when I was in air traffic control school, they tell me I smoked most of the sergeant's cigarettes. I treated one of his guys okay, and so they took me out and got me obliterated, and supposedly I smoked right along with them, and I don't remember it, but yes, that's the story. So I mean, I've done that before, but it's like, but I haven't ever tried any drugs or anything.
Me and my
Yeah,
business
and like I said,
partner,
I'd probably like it. That's a good reason to stay away from it.
when
Exactly.
Arkansas went
That
med-
you know of because you were obliterated.
Right. I suppose. Yeah, you could say that. Sure.
so
There's been
when Arkansas went medical marijuana, my business partner and I were one of 92 people or 92 entities that applied for the growing out of, they picked 4. And I learned more about marijuana in 6 months than I ever thought I would know in my life. And you were talking about, the edibles and smoking and all that. THC, if you just ate the plant, it's not going to do anything. It's THC alpha. And THC delta is what makes you high. Well, THC delta's got to get like 260 degrees, 259 degrees.
Oh, that's why the brownies work. When it bakes,
Alpha,
it lets
right.
it out.
Alpha has to be converted to delta for you to get high.
Okay.
So like if you're
that's
running
why-
a temperature, you could eat pot leaves.
right,
It would help.
you got to bake it, or when they put it in these
One hell of a
presses to
temperature.
make wax and all that other stuff.
Okay,
it's
I didn't know that.
heated. It's
Okay.
heated.
You gotta heat up to make the gummies and all that
right,
stuff
to
too. Okay.
convert from alpha.
That's
to
why you have
delta.
to smoke it. Okay, I get it.
That's why you
I
have
didn't
to
know
smoke.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can eat all the marijuana you want, and you're not going to get high.
Okay.
But
So that
you
ruins one of my theories.
You bake it and dip it, you're going to get stoned.
That totally ruins one of my theories. My neighbor has a garden that this time of year you can walk outside and he's like, holy cow, and he's not even supposed to be growing this stuff. And, it's like, dude, somebody drives down the street, they're going to know. I mean, it's like you're making some aroma here. It's like Cheech and Chong live
What do you-
there.
He's like,
I
what do you
don't
mean?
care what he
It's
does.
wild.
Yeah.
I've had like 3 times over the last year where I go outside and there'll be a squirrel like on the ground. I'm like, you been over in Norm's garden or what's he been doing? But if eating it doesn't work, then that theory's blown.
Right.
There's
Now,
something
they
else
can-
wrong with the squirrel.
Kenny.
They can eat wild cherries or cranberries that are fermented on the tree and be drunk out of their mind.
Oh, is that right?
Yep. Hey,
On the addiction.
Mario.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
the addiction channel.
We,
Nicotine, alcohol, and THC, right?
me and Angel
Would
went.
that
And I
being
didn't get
said-
thrown off of YouTube for talking about that, at least. That's
With
acceptable.
that being
Oh,
said,
no.
shots, boys.
Is he hitting it again?
I'm
Cheers.
not ready
Is it
yet.
time
I got a
again?
little bit left. I got a nip left.
Oh,
All right.
well,
Scotsman's being a pusher again.
that's right.
Pat says the hell with it.
Making
I'm
the
taking a whole
addiction
bottle.
real.
Me and Angel.
We'll go light though, because I'm a lightweight, so I'm going light.
They call it
last
addiction because the
vacation-
more you do, the bigger the dick you becomes.
Me and Angel's last vacation, we stayed in a tree house in North Georgia, and it happened to be on a
Be
hemp
Tarzan.
farm.
Mm-hmm.
And we got up the next morning, started walking around the property and all that, and they were cool with it. And there were pot plants everywhere. Like, oh my god, this is a stoner's paradise. And by the time we got done, we stayed there for a couple nights. Had dinner with the owners and all that stuff. It was an Airbnb thing. While we were packing up to go home, ATF helicopters showed up. And they were just really very cautiously low hovering, and taking pictures, everything. And the husband says, I gotta go to town. Be back. I'm like, okay, what's going on? And his wife said, this happens every now and then. They come over here and see all these plants, and we do CBD oils and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we grow all this. He's going down to the courthouse to to say quit harassing me again. You got a license. Every plant is tagged. It's got a number on it.
Yep.
I'm
That's
like,
the way they are in Arkansas. You got to have a serial
yeah.
number
I
on
said,
every
baby,
plant.
put your stuff in the truck and let's get the hell out of here.
So Marvin, how did you know this THC alpha and delta stuff?
Well, because in part of our application for the medical marijuana cultivation center, we had to have a business plan and all this other stuff that it took about 6 months to put together. And it ended up being about 4 3-ring binders worth of application when we were done. So I traveled the country, went to Colorado to different cultivation centers and all. Like I said, I learned more about marijuana in 6 months than I.
So are you a partner in a business like that or something?
Yeah, my business partner and I, that in the construction company, we put in an application. We finished 32nd out of 90 something applications. They did a point system, and 4 cultivation centers do medical marijuana in Arkansas. So that's where we ended up. Spent a lot of money.
Now, though, right?
Pardon?
You're in Missouri now, though, right?
I'm in Missouri now, but at the time I lived in Arkansas. And like I said, Missouri's voting on recreational in November, so we'll see.
Yeah, it passed here. A couple years ago, and the problem is what stunk about it here is it doesn't bother me that it passed. I figure it's fine. The thing that stinks about it is our CPLs, our concealed pistol licenses now can't be used for the background check. Used to be you didn't have to run a background check on a CPL holder, but because Michigan, the way I understand it is because Michigan's CPL paperwork predated our recreational marijuana law, there's no questions on it about use of those substances, where now when you fill out the 4473, that question is there. And because our CPL application didn't cover it, it can't be used for the background check anymore, which is kind of silly because they didn't. So if I go to a dealer, my CPL doesn't work for the background check anymore, but I can still do private party pistol transfers. As long as I have a CPL, I can buy a handgun from any other Michigan resident and not have to have a background check. And long guns in Michigan have never been regulated. You can buy long guns without it from a private party. You can buy a long gun without a 4473 or anything. And
they'll figure out a way to tax that too.
Pistols require a license, a registration with the state. But if you just like say, Marvin, if you were a Michigan resident, I could buy a pistol from you because I'm a CPL holder, and then you just fill out the paperwork and you just take it down and turn it into wherever your registering authority is. And there's no background check at all. So it's kind of funny. So if you go to a dealer, it doesn't work.
Private sales, there's zero paperwork down here.
Yeah, just pistols have paperwork here, and it's not because of the sale; it's because you have to register it. But if you don't have a CPL, you have to get the background check through it. If you buy it from an FFL.
Welcome to the free United States of America.
The whole ATF deal with the marijuana question or the illegal substance questions, why the Dems haven't made marijuana legal federally. It's because of the gun regs.
I didn't think about that.
They make no beef about it when they talk about it.
Yeah, I didn't think about it that way.
29 states it's legal, and that's more than half the country. So it's all political. God dang, it's always political.
Yeah.
Well, the way I look at it, they can legalize marijuana in Georgia if they want to. That's fine. I don't care. But as long as my employer does not recognize it, I still need to have a job.
Right. And that's the thing here. Like where I work, Kyle, is they have a zero tolerance They have a zero tolerance on some of those substances, and marijuana is listed with them. So I mean, like I say, I don't use it, so it doesn't affect me too much. But I don't think it's quite right, because you can abuse alcohol, and
Right.
and as long as you are fit to work when you show up, it's not a problem. And I actually asked my boss, I said, I like to have a beer now and then with a pizza, or have it, or like we're having a little drink here. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm like, if something happens, what is the rule? I'm not on duty right now, but if you call me for help, I'm, and what's funny about it is they wouldn't give me an answer for a long time. So then they finally came up with a 4-hour thing. And I'm like, so you can't ask me anything for 4 hours? And then they changed it, like, no, you can't log into a system for 4 hours. And I'm like, okay, that works for me. I'm okay with it, because, if they call me and ask me about a procedure, I think I'm, I know if I'm okay to talk to them or not, but the problem is for my coworkers that might choose to use the recreational stuff, which is legal in Michigan, they actually cut our hair. If you get picked for the random thing, they cut your hair and test it.
Yeah.
And if you, there, I don't know of anybody that's lost their job over it, but I think you could, but
When I was working in Nevada, that's part of the drug screening for the pre-employment process.
Yeah.
Was a hair follicle drug test.
Yep.
I was like, what do y'all got going on over here that I need to know about?
Yeah, and I haven't had to go, but they do a I'm subject to random, so I have had times where I come into work and your boss walks in the office with the piece of paper and it's a do not pass go, do not collect 200. You go right to the place and you they cut your hair and you give them the sample. It's one of those things, which, and the thing is I don't think I don't know if they would treat all substances equally. I'm not real sure how that would go, but I do know that in our code of conduct, the big book they give us, that, it's a zero tolerance on the, alcohol is treated different than the other stuff. And I figured if you're not fit to work, you're not fit to work, regardless of why.
Right.
Right. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
And what kills me is if they legalize it here in this state, what if my employer says it's still on the no-no list?
Well, that all depends on state law. And Arkansas wrote that into the law. The way the law was written was an employer can ban the substance if you're in an occupation that could endanger other people. So if you're a forklift operator or a crane operator or a pilot or something like that, and they can say they can have a no tolerance rule for that if you qualify for medical marijuana. But if you don't qualify, then they can have a zero tolerance. But if you qualify, you can use all you want to, unless you're in one of those positions that could endanger other people.
Right.
See, that's throwing too many variables into the situation.
It does.
I don't use it. I don't use it one way or the other.
Well, that's the whole point, Kyle.
But either it needs to be legal or not.
Well, that's the whole point, is that those variables have to be there, because it's not about whether you can or cannot. It's all about control. It's all it's ever been about.
And there is no test for cannabis that says like alcohol.
Yeah.
Well, you got blood alcohol content of 0.1. Well, you've either got cannabis in your system or not. They can't tell how long ago you consumed.
Which is why this is
I'm
my
surprised
fault.
they haven't figured that out.
They're not legalizing it, because they can't pull you over for DUI and test you for marijuana right there on the side of the road.
Right. So that's one of the things that really came up here when the legislation was going through. There was a lot of people that were saying, there isn't a roadside test other than the field sobriety tests. And then what's really funny is it got into this argument about, well, it doesn't affect everybody the same. Well, I'd make the argument that alcohol doesn't affect everybody the same either, because I can do 2 of these drinks that I just did with a Scotsman and I wouldn't go drive, for a few hours, but there's other guys that could do twice this and probably not be impaired when they drive. And, and my body mass is a lot less than a lot of other people. My BAC goes up pretty quick, and stuff like that, so it's, so then when they started saying that about, different levels of marijuana use affect different people differently. Same thing with drinking or anything else, it's
Depends
really
on your size and your tolerance, really.
Yeah, and what it really, I used to have a law enforcement member in my family, and the law enforcement member of my family really didn't like my point of view on jury nullification, where, when you're getting seated for a jury and they ask you this magic question of, are you willing to, interpret the law as the judge puts it forth? I say, no, there's absolutely no way, because I think there's extenuating circumstances to all situations. There's sometimes when people violate laws, and they've clearly violated the laws, but they've got a somewhat valid reason, or a circumstance that caused them to do that. And I think myself as a juror, I should have the option to say, I don't agree with this charge they're throwing on this guy. I don't want to convict him. And then, but the prosecutor wants to say they did this, yes or no. And I've never been on a jury where I had to put that to a test. So I've gotten away with it clean. But the law enforcement member of my family really objected to that, because the law is black and white and this and that and the other. And it actually came down to where their supervisor got into a conversation with the three of us about jury nullification. And he says, do you write a citation for every infraction that you respond to? And the answer was, well, of course not. There's sometimes better ways to solve the problem. It's the same thing. You didn't enforce the law black and white. The policemen have judgment. A good policeman has judgment. And it's the same thing with drugs, alcohol, firearms, transport, anything, speeding. If you get a good law enforcement officer in a good situation, they can evaluate it. They can make a solid judgment. Then you get the jerks, but the jury has the right to do that too. And you'd like to hope that people's experience and training and things are good enough that they could make wise decisions enforcing the law. But when you get pulled over for a DUI, then, and this is where you have say in it, you got to have, if you have an attitude, they're going to nail you. It's one of those things, so it's also subjective. And like Kyle said, there's no real rules really, and it's not the same for everybody. And of course you always see the things on TV about the drunk sheriff gets pulled over, and he gets treated differently than the normal person. That's the part of it that's hard to swallow. It's all judgment. There's humans involved. When humans are involved, nothing's black and white. It's all kind of.
Well, it is black and white. The law doesn't apply to us common people. It's pretty simple.
No, the law does apply to us common folk. It doesn't apply to the upper echelon.
Which
It's
brings me
interpreted.
to the point where I cannot believe they actually stuck Paul Pelosi with that DUI charge.
Isn't that
blew
amazing?
my
That
mind.
it's amazing that even hit the news. How did
I
that
know.
get through?
Well, it's amazing. He only got 4 months of probation or something like
No,
that.
it's a distraction.
That's like that. One of the
That's the
funny
thing.
things that happened here,
That's a good point.
in Michigan, our governor was one of the ones that really jumped on the lockdown stuff. She was actually in line for some of the current
Oh, yeah.
administration. And she
Your
really
governor went overboard.
bad,
Yeah.
real bad. I mean,
Well,
much so that they were putting
so much
barbers
so that
in
12
jail.
12 FBI agents formed a plot to kidnap her with 3 civilians.
Right.
Y'all gotta remember.
It was a mess. But anyway,
Y'all gotta remember that November's right around the corner, and so a lot of this stuff is distraction.
of course,
Oh yeah.
of course. But
It's all-
It's
it's all
waiting for
about-
October.
It's all about what's
Oh.
coming up and what they're
Shit.
trying to do and keep themselves in power.
yeah,
Chappie's governor banned fishing in Michigan. You couldn't
not
go
only that,
fishing.
Marvin, it gets better. What
Unless
they
you're
did-
her husband.
Exactly.
Right.
They told people there's a lot of people downstate here that have getaways up north, just like people do in other states. And so a lot of the people are like, well, if I can't go anywhere, I'm going up to my cabin. So then they locked that down and said, you can't travel. So then, but her daughter was going to have a graduation party when nobody's going to have graduation parties. And they wanted to get their big boat out. So way up in these high dollar communities on the East Coast, or excuse me, the West Coast of Michigan up north, they have a boat. And her husband called the marina to try to get them to move. I'm the governor's husband. We need our boat put in. And the dude's like, well, we're not moving any freaking boats, dude. And they started to put pressure on him, and he actually ratted them out. And it was a big thing because there was a lot of high dollar people in Detroit that were being told, no, you can't get your yachts out on Lake Michigan. You can't get them out of the marina. This is a real lockdown. I was fortunate because I was still going to the range and doing all my stuff because I had the freaking magic critical card. you know, because I work at a public utility, you know, and I didn't abuse it, but they told us, you know, I talked to my boss. I said, what can we do and can't you do? He says, you can travel unrestricted between pieces of private property. I'm like, okay. That's what I did.
That's all you need to know. Thank you.
Of course, one night I was out to my friend Mark's place, got late, and this was when the lockdown was real. I mean, I left there at like midnight 30. We baked a pizza and we were actually watching YouTube videos, and I headed home at about 11:30, and I didn't see a single person between home and there. I'm like, if I see one, it's gonna be law, you know. And I was like, you know, I guess I'll just tell them what I'm doing, and if they want to do something about it, they can do something about it. But they weren't writing tickets to people or anything. They're just chewing you out and telling you to go home. Like, that's what I'm doing anyway. So
yeah, we had our magic cards here in Georgia when all this stuff started. And buddy of mine who was a policeman in Atlanta, he said, we're no longer allowed to pull people over for minor traffic violations. I was like, really? He goes, yes, have fun. So I
In
found out.
Arkansas, Missouri, it was stay 6 feet apart, and if you don't, we'll tell you to stay 6 feet apart.
Dude, we had
I found out
nothing.
that I can make it from my house to my work in 17 minutes, and it's 23 miles.
Oh man,
I'm exactly right there, same as Johnny in 1982. I didn't listen to a damn word of it. I didn't do a damn thing they told me, and I did whatever the hell I wanted to because we live in a free America.
I wasn't too worried about the law. I was worried about losing my job over it at the time. You know, so it's like, as long as work wasn't going to can me over it, they're like,
well, it's just like, so here recently, since you bring that up, Curtis, recently my boss came to me. It's probably about a month ago. One of the guys on first shift got sick again with COVID.
Tin cup.
And he was like, if you guys get sick, you know, let us know. And he looks at me and he's like, I know you're not going to tell me.
Don't do it. It's a trap.
And I look him straight in the face, and he's like, I know you're not going to tell me, and I'm not worried about it. I don't want to hear it. Blah blah blah. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. He's like, exactly. That's what I thought. Like, dude, I'm going to show up. I'm going to do my damn job. Shut the fuck up. Leave me alone. That's all there is to it. That's how I, dude. When I got sick back, I think it was November last year, somewhere in there. Literally 2-3 days, and I was fine. I didn't miss a day of work. I went to work. I still did everything I had to do. You know, like I said, I took shots of whiskey and lots of clothing and sweated the shit out, and that was it.
I love living in Iowa because our COVID policies were like, I think we had a mask mandate for 3 weeks that nobody enforced, and that was it. That was literally it.
Well, we had
I am on the right side of the river, I'll tell you that.
We had the whole you got to wear a mask thing, and every day my boss would come to me and tell me you got to put the mask on. I'm like, dude, go fuck off, please. Like, no, it's not gonna fucking happen ever. Not gonna happen.
What he's not telling you is that's why he shaved his beard.
Well, I mean, I did the whole mask thing at first when I walked in the Home Depot, just because I want to go in the store and get my shit and then get out of there without causing a scene. Yeah,
don't want any conflict.
Just let me do my thing. I'm gonna get my stuff and leave.
There's a lot of crazy mothers out there. I just try not to irritate anybody one way or the other. Just let it freaking go. You know, a lot of crazy people. You know, we had it's the company I work for is pretty big, so we had a contractor. You know, they hired a contractor that managed all of our COVID crap, because it's a utility and they start to lose people, and it's a problem. And the area where I work, in our control room, there's only 12 people that are qualified to work the boards, and so they were really worried. So they quarantined them for a spell because they work a swing shift, and they're like, you know, if we get like 3 people sick at the same time, it starts to, because there's maximum work hours and this and that and the other. And you know, I'm one step removed from them. I do the technology part of it. And they can legally run with one qualified operator if they have to, but they typically run a crew of 3. And I was approached with, you know, if we need a warm body with a pulse in the control room, on the overnights, would you be willing to run some shifts? Like, well, certainly, not a problem. I can do my other stuff and be there. And it's mainly so someone's not there alone in case they have a emergency or something. There's someone else there. And
The safety
we did,
thing,
but anyway,
right?
we had to check in. If you had the crap, you had to check in with this place that they, you're supposed to call them and tell them and everything. And it's really funny because I was working at home primarily for the most part. And I got a call out of the blue one day, and it was from this entity that our company contracts with. And they called me to discuss my positive COVID test. And I'm like, okay, who are you calling? And then they gave me my employee ID number and this and that and the other. And I said, okay, well, what information do you have for me? And they were telling me what I had to do because of my positive COVID test. And I said, something's wrong here because I don't have a positive COVID test. And they're like, well, have you tested? I'm like, I've never done a test. So something's wrong here, and I don't know what's wrong here, but I'm like, I'm fine. Never have done a test. Don't know if I would be. Are you COVID positive? I don't know. I've never done a test. And they kept asking. I'm like,
you're sitting there like, this is your guys' only job. How are you screwing this up?
Call somebody else. And the only thing I could think of is, my son, early on when it first started, like in January, he was getting ready to go out the door one day, and he said, Dad, I don't feel good, and it was before we even knew what was going on, and his temperature spiked and he went up, and he carried a temperature for about 8 hours, and then it broke, and then he slept for like 18 hours straight, and he felt better, but he was still dead. And I'm like, okay. And then when they started talking about this stuff, so then later on, he ended up getting a test, and he tested that he had the antibodies. And I'm like, okay, he was probably exposed to it when that happened. He fought it off pretty good and he's fine. But then they called us back again later, like a month later. And because they changed how they report the things, they were now considering him to be a positive case, not just antibody positive. I'm like, dude, this was like 9 months ago. And I'm wondering if, because his name is the same as mine in the system, that all got through, and, the same medical system, associate his name with mine, and that's how they call. I don't know, but that's all I could come up with.
See, here's the thing, man. It's all about numbers, because the more numbers they have, the more money they get.
I think that's part of it. And here in Michigan, it's even worse because one of the pharmaceutical companies that was doing all of the selling is just down the street. They're in Kalamazoo. Pfizer's just down the road here. So, I mean,
it's the whole thing's about money and control. It's all it's ever been about.
The other interesting aspect of that is that Michigan has very, very liberal liability laws for pharmaceutical companies. So if they put out a batch of bad pills and a bunch of stuff, they've got a lot of protection in Michigan that doesn't apply other places. So it's kind of the perfect storm for Pfizer. Because they could do all this experimental stuff, and if it does turn out later that wasn't the right thing, Michigan's a good state for them to do it.
If you look at it now, you can actually sue Pfizer, Moderna, and all the rest of them for anything that you're suffering from.
Bless you, Pat.
Which originally was protected when this first came out, but now you can actually sue them. So.
There's all kinds of stuff that's going to come out about.
Oh, there is. It's happening. It's happening. It's literally happening daily, where stuff's coming out and telling you this is going on, and this is going on because of this, this, and this. And we all said it from the very get-go, but we're all conspiracy theorists, so what the hell do we know?
Well, I'll put it to you like this. My employer, he's a very gracious man. And he's extended the COVID, pay you for your 5 days off, since that's what they say. And
that'd be nice,
because that ended in 2021. He's extended it. He's been paying everybody. Hell, he paid me. I sat at home for 5 days, and I was fine. On day 3, I was on the boat in the lake over here, riding on a pontoon boat, having a good time. But he paid me 5 days. Nice. They just recently sent out a email effective October 1st. It will no longer be covered. So it seems to me like everybody in the company now is developing COVID so they can get a free week off.
Yep. Licking every
I was,
doorknob in town.
I was forced to stay at home. They would not let me come to work. They would not let me do my job, and all that. But I thought it was great. But now it seems like everybody's getting COVID.
Well, so I think it. The thing we're kind of talking about is the conditional enforcement. It's just it doesn't apply consistently. I guess it's just one of those things. It's regardless if it's your test at work or this stuff that we're dealing with now, or that we're talking about the difference between THC and booze. There's so many gray areas to everything.
Well, you got to think about the times we're in. November's right around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's all
that's exactly where we're at.
Oh my God, monkeypox!
They keep pushing
next
this
month.
narrative. They keep pushing this narrative, and they keep pushing monkeypox. Just like Kyle said, and it's quite simple. You don't want monkeypox? Don't fuck someone in the ass. It's pretty fucking simple.
Is that how you get monkeypox?
Keep your dick out the fucking ass. It's pretty simple.
Well, but hetero is okay.
No homo.
But, we can't say that. We can't say that because that's wrong. Because
I can say whatever I want, buddy.
That offends the other side. So yeah.
I live in America,
Please.
sir. I can say anything I want to.
Because
That's
I don't
right.
give a fuck.
It's an inalienable right, eh, Curtis?
I remember
my
about a month ago
God.
when they were saying, we've got to avoid stigmatizing this disease. So we can't say that, in London, 835 people got it, and one of them was a woman.
Well, here's the thing, man. If you look at monkeypox, for example, since Kyle brought it up,
I didn't bring it
Shut
up.
up. You
You guys
did.
are
Shut
going
up.
to give me another channel strike. You guys.
You brought it up. Shut up. So if you look at monkeypox, for example, since he brought it up, everywhere where it is, where the numbers are the highest, are all LGBTQT, whatever the fuck communities. That's where it's at.
Oh, plus, minus, equals, parentheses, hypothesis.
I'm going to fact check you and say not all.
But if you say
Most.
that, you get exactly like you just said. You get fact checked until you said you're wrong.
Well,
Technically,
the
you
thing
are,
is
'cause
that
it's
demographically that may
It's
be
only
Not
it's only
all,
like 90,
most.
it's like
Right.
95%. So it's not all.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like-
those are all also
Oh,
urban
my
areas
apologies.
where people are concentrated, and all kinds of other things are at their peak too. It's kind of a cluster of all kinds of joy. But
So
Kurt-
you're telling
and-
me that most of the cases are in San Francisco, where if you share a needle with some guy, I'm not even going to finish this statement.
That
because
could
I'll
be.
be here 10 minutes.
I don't think you can get it from a needle.
No, I
And
think
actually, there's a correlation thing. I think
Hang
you're more
on,
likely
hang
to
on,
get it if
hang
you're
on.
wearing leather.
Is it? Hang on, Pat. Hang on. Wait, stop.
You're wearing leather.
All right.
So wait, all the bikers have it?
He says out there, and he says look for gas to go up to $11, $15. Yeah. After the election, it's gonna skyrocket. It is gonna skyrocket. And
Yeah, that happened around here right before the primary. The price of fuel went down. And
Well,
it's
and
like
that's
we're trying
the
to
thing,
make
it's going-
everything
it's going
going
down.
People are doing a good
It's
job.
The
going
price
down
of gasoline's
everywhere.
going down, but the price of diesel's still freaking $5 a gallon.
$3.95
It's going
here,
down
but yeah.
everywhere. But you wait till November's over, and it's gonna go. Whew.
But wait a minute. The press secretary told me that the president doesn't control the gas prices.
Have you ever believed a single word that the press
That was
secretary
it was a
But
joke. It was
the
a
press
joke. Kyle.
secretary also tells you that it's Russia's fault when it's not Russia's
I'm
fault.
fixing to drive
I
up
know.
north and smack somebody.
It was a joke, Kyle. I was being sarcastic.
It's all
Yeah,
your
it's-
things.
Ripping my backhand.
My favorite monkeypox story was the dog that got it in France. That one took the cake for me.
Dog got monkeypox?
Yes, in
Yeah.
France, and the two owners were gay.
Is there a document?
That'll
there
make
a-
you
hold on,
that'll make you
yeah.
raise an eyebrow, right?
Tin
So,
Man.
so they were doing
It was a
twofer
great
on the
name.
dog.
Hold on.
That's animal abuse.
No, I was
Hold on,
reading the
hold on,
article.
hold on.
I was
Shut
reading the
up, shut up,
article.
shut up,
on-
shut up, shut up.
Marvin, are you making that up?
No,
Shut up.
No.
I read it too. It's
All right,
either the
all right.
same bullshit or it's true.
That's a whole
William,
different kind of Scooby
Put
snack
up-
right there.
I'm coughing. I got COVID.
Tin Man, put up William Ganley's comment right there. Says it all.
But anyways, yeah, I remember reading that article, and by the end of it, they were like
no.
they're coming up with excuses as to how the dog got it. I'm like, no, these dudes were banging the dog. I don't care what you say in your news article, whatever.
They were sharing Scooby snacks.
Oh, God almighty. Next subject. Next.
They asked the dog, and the dog said yes.
So, are there any cases of a monkey having monkeypox?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
Well,
Sorry,
I guess that dog was a
HIV
good
come
boy.
from a green marmoset or something, some kind of mess like
That's kind of what I was thinking too.
the
But
green
I don't.
monkey.
Yeah, there's got to be a reason why it's called monkeypox, right?
This is
Well,
why I love
you got
you
chicken
people.
pox, and you got,
Well,
you know,
if you
whatever.
had any of the poxes, you're fine. So if you had chicken pox, don't worry about it.
I had
Just, you know,
chicken pox in the fourth grade.
We used to get chicken pox, and they'd throw us all together so we'd all get it and get over with.
Yes, yeah. They would literally
It's pretty fucking
put you
simple.
together.
Don't take it
Yep.
up the rear.
So when you get old, when you had chicken pox when you're little, then you get old and your immune system changes and it resurfaces as shingles. What does monkeypox resurface as? So it's not going to be
No.
shingles. It's going to be
Hopefully
something
not.
else.
Hopefully not leprosy. I don't know.
Yeah, you're
Hopefully.
about to
What
say you're
falls
going to see
off?
a bunch of 80-year-olds walking around with all kinds of acne and their face falling off. And,
Yeah.
Jeez.
I'm not sure if we know the answer to that question. Time will tell.
Yeah, and that's when you go.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
That's right.
Okay, so Johnny's out there and he says, how about the couple who adopted a kid who had monkeypox?
And the kid had
Well,
monkeypox.
we can speculate all we want. I don't know,
So
man.
apparently the kid took it up the rear end.
That's
No, easy,
Oh.
easy. I can
Yeah.
actually get
You
my
hope the
sister on
best.
here.
yeah.
And,
I don't want
She can
to.
explain it to you how that
I mean,
might happen.
that's a messed up situation.
It
No
is.
matter
Yeah.
how you look at it.
No, it
Pollard
is.
doesn't identify as a monkeypoxer. I don't either. If that's how you get it, I don't identify it as it either. If you can get it from eating too much peanut butter and jelly, I might identify with it. But if that other behavior causes it, I don't identify with that either. That doesn't sound like any fun to me at all.
If you get it from eating PB&J, my kid's doomed. That's all she eats for lunch every day.
Why do kids like grape jelly? I hate grape jelly, and kids
Raspberry
love
raspberry is the
raspberry
best.
is the bomb. That's right.
Yes.
But I don't know why kids love grape jelly. It's awful. Like Concord.
Strawberry.
Oh.
Strawberry.
That's a southern thing, both Curtises. It's a
Raspberry jelly, man, seedless. Oh man, that's where it's
I got
at.
2 jars. I was down to the gun store about 3 weeks ago, and one of the gals that works there, she's like, my grandma makes, or was it her mom? Somebody in the family makes raspberry jam. You want some? And I just $5.
She didn't
a
have any
jar.
primers, but she had raspberry jam.
So I bought a jar of raspberry jam, and I stood there for a minute. I got thinking about it. I'm like, how many you got left? She says, I got the one you bought and one more. I said, I'll take them both. But I just cracked into that the other day. It's good. It's good.
Oh yeah, it's my
I can
favorite.
tell you this.
Now, is it chunky
Down here
peanut butter or
in
creamy peanut
South
butter?
Georgia-
I prefer chunky. I prefer the crunchy or the chunky peanut butter, unless the bread
Skippy
is really
Super
fresh.
Chunk.
And then when you try to spread it,
Yeah, if the bread's too soft, it just tears it up. Yep.
yeah. And then you got to go with the creamy.
No, Skippy Super Chunk, made in Arkansas.
I like Skippy. As a matter of fact, I got a jar of Skippy upstairs, and my son bought it because after the Jif recall, you couldn't find peanut butter that was
Right.
made in the same factory as Jif. So if you didn't like Skippy, you were hosed.
Yep. I guess chunky or creamy depends on how well you chew. I guess, right?
If you don't have any teeth, you probably want to stick to the creamy.
Well, I'm
Like smoking a
blessed
Pall Mall.
with a woman that has a client base
Y'all are just wrong.
who deals in fruits and vegetables and plants, and he brought in a jar of pear preserves
Oh yeah.
from his
That
pear
takes me back to
trees
being a
on
kid
his
right there.
property. And oh my goodness.
Apple butter, pear butter, all that stuff, preserves. Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah,
just
Apple
pear
butter is so
preserve.
easy to make in a crock pot.
6-shooter
Just smack
texting
that
and saying
over there.
red plum jam. What's that like? Anybody had red plum jam?
No, I've not had that one.
I haven't either.
I'm not familiar
Crab
with
apple
red
If
plum.
jelly.
that goes along with sticking out a thumb and pulling in a plum, or no, don't want that either.
Chunky pot.
I always wondered if that was a bad innuendo. Stuck in his thumb and pulled out a plum. That sounds like monkeypox to me. I'm not
Ours are all
interested.
dark and purple. I've never seen a red plum.
Yeah, I've never had a red
Chunky
plum. Chunky pox.
Chunky pox. Oh my
Guilty.
goodness.
Yep, the persimmons ought to be getting ripe about now.
Okay, what
Persimmons
what
are
is a
never ripe.
persimmon? I've heard that word, but I don't even know what it is. It's
Me
some
neither.
kind
Well,
of a
it's
produce.
like,
Persimmon
it's like
grows
you
on the
take a
vine
bunch
like
of
a fruit. Wow.
you
Is it
take a
big?
bunch
Then
of the
there's-
sourest stuff you ever seen in your life, including alum, and then you freebase it,
That's when they're green. Yeah.
and then you look up at the camera.
So it's a sour fruit.
It's not too, when they're ripe, they're sweet, and then the white ones are called skepenons. It's kind of a southern thing. They grow like grapevines up in the trees, and then you'll catch them in the fall this time of year.
Don't
and you
waste
pick
your
them and you
time learning this information, people. This information is totally invalid.
make disinformation.
Kyle is not a fan.
Of persimmon?
The great big
No.
persimmons you see in the grocery store this time of year, they're from like Central and South America. They're not domestic persimmons.
If you're
look
in
like-
Georgia,
They look like a cherry.
no. It's like freebasing alum. Go away.
That's
Leave.
because it's not ripe yet, Kyle. Yeah, you get somebody to buy the green
It's on the
persimmon
ground. It's
and
on
their
the
face
ground.
locks up. Yeah, it's like
Their
an
face
alum
locks
bomb.
up.
Yeah, so
I'm telling you, I'm not a fan.
It's like that Looney
Fool me
Tunes, the
once,
singer, when they put
shame
the
on
alum
me.
and he goes,
Fool me
"Whoop," it's-
twice. Oh
Yeah.
shit.
yeah. When I was going through my chef's apprenticeship, that was one of the tricks you'd play on people was the alum powder. Say, look your finger and touch, and then taste this.
Mm.
If they put it on their tongue, they'd bite their finger
It-
because
yeah,
their jaw
yeah, it
would
turns your
lock.
mouth inside out. I mean,
What
Jesus.
is alum? What I don't understand.
Alum is what makes sour. So if you ever have
Oh,
like
so it's the
lemon
chemical
drop,
aspect of sour. I got you.
yeah, if you
No,
ever
you
had like
don't
lemon
got it.
drop candy, it's alum in there that makes it so sour, makes you get your cheeks. Some cheese has alum in it, and you can feel it, like in your cheek,
Get
like
you
real
in your
Parmesan
jaws,
cheese.
Get you here. Get you right here.
Yeah.
Makes everything
if you
tense
don't
up.
know what alum is, you've never experienced it.
Yeah,
It will
buy a
turn your
little alum
jaws
powder
inside
and
out.
tell your wife to lick her finger and then taste it, and she bites her finger.
Oh, it's just a
Really?
reaction when you pucker up and bite it.
Your jaw will react so fast that they'll bite their finger. Sometimes they can't get their finger out of their mouth. They bite so hard.
Rip their
Probably
finger
wants
out
to
and
know what
skin
it's
it.
used for.
And of course, back in the 90s when I was doing my chef's apprenticeship, cocaine was the thing. So you'd put it in a little matchbox and go, try this. And they'd snort it.
Oh no!
Oh man.
Their whole
That's
face
rough.
was like, oh.
Did you ever see anybody snort alum?
Yes.
You
Yes, I have.
I
Oh,
can't
Pat's
believe you-
cracking a new one.
It
What's
is
he
like
got?
it is like the cartoon. They can't talk. They can't talk. They're
That is
Arizona.
Oh, green tea.
Yeah.
green tea and ginseng.
it's still hotter than hell. We had this hurricane blow through here, and it's sticky and humid right now.
Oh, dude, it's gonna be in the
You did.
tomorrow
Oh,
night.
I'm sorry. You're up to 40% humidity.
It
It
actually
sucked.
rained for the first time in 6 months.
How will you ever live with 40% humidity?
You're not getting smoked out, are you, Pat, by the
Shit,
by the fires?
last weekend was 97% humidity.
Oh, hell, it's 100% humidity here.
It's raining here, so it's 100.
It's 68 and 50% humidity here.
luckily, the
40%.
temperatures dropped down a little bit, but God
No,
almighty,
I'll take
I can walk
40%
from here
all
to the
day.
top of the hill, and I'm just soaking wet. I mean, it's
Ooh, I'm right on the
It-
cusp of the 50s. I'm at 62 degrees.
it's getting cooler here now a little bit, but I can walk
Tomorrow,
to the top of
tomorrow's
my
a
hill
high of 77, a low of 50. I'll
about
take
60 yards, and I'll be dripping with sweat by the time I get up there.
That's why I love the Midwest. Fall in the Midwest, man, you can't beat it. You wear
The
a
weather
t-shirt
here
during
has been
t-shirt during the
spectacular
day.
last
Yeah,
week. Oh yeah.
t-shirt during the day and a sweatshirt at night. You're good.
It was sticky today, but the previous 4 or 5 days were just those perfect fall days that we get.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're already getting good weather.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
It's been beautiful here.
We've had a pretty mild summer around
Oh,
here.
it
There
is
was like
raining.
a few days where it was hot, but I mean, it wasn't too bad. The wintertime here sucks, but summertime's pretty good.
the wind never quits blowing.
Our winters aren't that bad. I mean, the lake, the big lakes help a lot. And where
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
at in Michigan, we're in a nice area where most of the nasty stuff goes just north or just south of us. We're very fortunate, right?
You don't get the lake effect snows.
Not like you got to be a little further west and either a little further south and a little further north. For some reason, right where
Just
I'm at
split.
on the I-94 corridor, we luck out more than we get hit.
That seems like it happens here a lot too. It'll either go north towards Dubuque or south towards Davenport. It'll just
Yeah.
split right around where I'm at.
Yeah.
It's funny.
We're real fortunate here. I had a friend that lived about an hour south, just into northern Ohio by Wauseon, Bryan, that area. And it always amazed me because I go down to his place. It's an hour and 20-minute drive, and it would be so much worse there. It's snow like crazy. It's nuts.
I work 29 miles from my house, and it'll be beautiful at home. Get to work. It's just an absolute dreadful day.
That's just
funny.
perception.
Well, dude,
That's not real. You
Yeah,
just think-
true.
That's because you saw the sign on the building.
It always sucks
Yep.
at work.
I'm literally 11 miles from my work. I can drive about 5 or 6, and it'll be a torrential downpour.
Yep. We call my wife and like, man, this weather's crazy. She'll look out the window like, what are you talking about? It's sunny out.
Yeah, I shit you not. I can leave here, get 5 or 6 miles up the road, and it's torrential fucking downpour.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, Pat's working on something there.
Now, last year I was coming home, and we had a snowstorm. I got halfway home, and it just disappeared. There was nothing.
Yep.
Literally nothing. It went from snow coming down like a motherfucker to nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, we get the squalls like that, where it'll, some of the bands that progress across the state will be like that. It'll be crazy for a few minutes, and then it's like you get 5 miles down the road and it's like blue sky. It's like, how does that work?
Yeah, you got to hammer your windshield wipers full blast, and then 5 seconds later they're squealing across the window because your window's dry.
And that's exactly what happened, man.
The next thing you know, your windshield wiper on the passenger side slings off into the other lane.
Johnny 1982 is telling me to knock it off that it gets cold here. It's like he's over further east than me, which the climate's similar, but our winters aren't that harsh. I mean, what I don't like the freeze thaw. Where I'm at, once you get into January, you'll be cold cold for a couple of months. But November and December they're cold, but they're not horrible.
Yep.
But but the thing is once Lake Michigan cools down and the air dries up, my two favorite months are probably late September, early October, and January after it gets cold. I really love those days where it's maybe 10 degrees outside and the sun is out and it's high pressure, like right after you get a big snowstorm. And then like the next morning, the sky's so blue, you can't even look at it. And you go outside and you breathe the air and it's like, oh my gosh, it's just wonderful. I don't want it to be like that all the time, but I do like the month of January when it's like that. Then you get into February and you start to get moist, and March is sticky wet, cold.
Yep.
And it's just, but January's I like like mid to late January, early February, but then after that is when of course you're ready for winter to be over by that time too, but
Yeah.
I think I don't think it's that bad here.
Had a buddy move to Erie, Pennsylvania, and they get those constant lake effect snows.
Or Buffalo,
He was like,
New York.
dude,
is like that.
he was
Yeah.
like, dude, there are
Late-
6 feet of snow in my yard.
Dude, all right. So I got hit hard last year. Last year I got
drive a
hit
Honda Civic.
super hard. So most of you guys know I drive a Toyota Tacoma.
It's got an awful license plate on it too. The license plate is awful.
No. The license plate is awesome.
Awful.
But literally, I shit you not. Last year we got so much snow. I opened the door, and it was above the wheel well. And I had to call my landlord, and I'm like, dude, you need to get someone over here to plow, because there's no way in hell I'm getting out this driveway unless you get someone over here.
What you do here when you get the snow like that up your door, you open the door and you try to do it so the snow stays piled up, and then you fall in it.
I had him, so he got someone over here to plow. They plowed, and I still had to dig out my front wheels and my rear wheels. It was bad.
Pisses you off when you open the door and the snow
deepest
blows
snow I've
into
ever lived through,
into your house.
25 inches.
Here in
25
Georgia,
inches
we
is the
just
deepest
park
snow
on
I've
the
ever
hill and coast to the bottom. If we make the turn, we're going to work. If we don't make the turn, we make a new neighbor.
I think we've had 35 inches of snow in one go. That was nuts.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I don't remember
That's
exactly.
not drifting. That's just cumulative snowfall. The drifts were insane.
I
Oh,
don't remember exactly how many inches of snow it was, but it was pretty heavy.
10 cup, Kyle.
You ready for another one? No, it's not 10 cup. It's just in a 10 cup glass.
That's a
My
survival
cup
class.
is empty.
So
Well,
is
gentlemen,
mine.
it's after midnight, and I'm used to getting up at 5 in the morning. So I'm going to call tonight and give Kenny or somebody else, Mario, somebody else a chance to come on.
Oh,
So
can you only do 4, Curtis?
6.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there's 6 on here now. I can't count. I was
Yeah,
flipped to the other screen for I was
that's
looking
Clinton,
at snowfall. You know,
It's the Knob Creek. It's okay.
Yeah.
No, I looked at the other screen. My son is up at Michigan Tech in Houghton, Michigan, way up in the UP, and they had almost 400 inches of snow last season.
Wow.
77 inches in January.
That's
So I
nuts.
mean, down here it's nowhere close. I mean, that's real up there, you know.
Right.
Jeez. All right. Well, good night, everybody. Love all y'all.
See you, Marvin.
All right, Marvin. Thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the
Yeah, those are-
education.
Yeah,
I'm
without him, I
surprised-
would.
I'm surprised he
know.
knew all that about the THC. I never expected him to be so knowledgeable about it.
Well, if he had to get his license, I mean, yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't know any of that either. I didn't know you had to heat it up for it to be effective.
I had no idea. So I'm just bummed that my squirrel theory is busted. Because I'd get those squirrels that were acting stupid. There's something else wrong with them. It's not that they're
Yeah.
eating the neighbor's plants. I thought sure they were eating the neighbor's plants. Because I had one out here. I came out here and he's laying on my picnic table and he's just like this. And I walked up
Spread
to him.
eagle.
And they're pretty friendly. They'll walk up to you and eat a peanut out of your hand or something. But I'm sitting there, I'm like, you all right, dude? And his eyes are just like all fake glazed looking. I'm like, you've been over in Norm's garden, dude. You know? And he was just, and I went out and checked on him like 3 more times and he was still there. And I finally, I wasn't bold enough to touch him, just touch him. So I stick and I poked at him and he kind of rolled his head over and looked at me and like knock it off. I'm like, okay. And I went out a couple hours later, he was gone.
Let me go, bro. Just let me go.
Let me do me. Let me do me.
Anybody need a link? Let me know.
Yeah, I can skedaddle if you want to get a couple different people. And I just wanted to visit with you for a few minutes.
Nah, you're fine.
I knew you
Yeah.
were starting to get interested in contenders, and if you want to talk about that a little bit, this year's been my contender year. So
I've been
They
checking
still,
SSK's website about every day, waiting for them to come. And they posted a blog update last month and said, before anybody asks, the SSK 50 frames are progressing. So I'm waiting for
you're gonna
that.
wait for one of theirs.
I think
So
so.
they still offer them.
I don't know. Yes, kinda, but it's one of those things where it's like they might get a small run, and I don't know how big the run's going to be, and they might sell out in 3 seconds, or they're going to stock a good amount of them. It just depends on their suppliers. I'm pretty sure they're going to be castings, not
But they're
not
done
billet
with
not
the
billet
encore.
machines.
They've always been castings.
Right. I thought I read somewhere they were trying to get them build up machine instead of casted,
That
but
might be.
apparently
It
not.
might be, but that's
They're
one
going
of the
with the
things that a lot of
Encores,
people
though,
don't
correct?
realize is on the
Contender.
the very first Contenders didn't have any graphics on the side. They were slab sided. The very early ones,
Right, but they were. That's a lot. That's really hard to do though, because right where they pour the casting is right on that face.
right.
So
So
had
they
to be
started to
perfect.
etch them. They started to put the design in there to hide any of the flaws. That's what the whole deal
Yep.
was. But then when they got to the G2s, they had the investment casting mastered, and like G2s don't typically have designs on the side.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, G1s, they're really, it's like the old, first gen, second gen, that, you got Contenders and you got G2s. Some people will call Contenders G1s. Now there's like 3 major frame variants for original Contenders. The very early ones are significantly different. The action that breaks it, the pin is in the front, and they're much harder to open. And then they came out with what's called the easy open frames.
Easy
and they
open.
moved the pivot pin back. And then there's 3 different iterations of the hammer and the selector safety. So I've got a mishmash of stuff. I've got one very early frame that was my dad's. That's not an easy open frame, and it's pretty funny because when I go to a shoot and somebody watches me open it, they're like, "How old's that frame?" I'm like, "This is like one of my dad's from a long time ago." But 2 of my other ones are much easier to open. And then on the barrels, the early barrels have a single locking lug that's spring loaded, and it comes back and locks into the frame. Later ones have 2 separate locking lugs, and it allows them to accommodate the shape of the frame better, and so those open much easier. And you can typically use anything other than Harriet barrels. 357 Harriet and 30 Harriet barrels don't work well on G2s because there's a little bit of subtle geometry differences when TC made them. I don't know why, but in general, anything that has 2 locking lugs you can use on just about any frame other than Harriet barrels. But sometimes single locking lug barrels are very, very tight on later frames. So just about everybody converts them to 2 lugs, and it's just 2 little pieces. If it wasn't going to mess your stream up, I'd grab a barrel and show you, but it's but
I think barrels are fine.
Don't be afraid of any of them. If one comes along and it's in nice shape, that's fine. If you do end up going with Encores, keep one of the things guys do is if they want Encores that are inexpensive, they'll buy black powder Encores, because the frames are the same as the Centerfire Encores. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll buy like a 50 caliber one that someone decided they're not going to use anymore because they've moved to a Bushmaster or something instead, and they're not shooting black powder. But you got to really watch it, because even the stainless Contenders that were like the 50 cal black powder guns, they corrode, and the frames will be corroded on the inside. So if you look at anything that's even in a Contender that's had black powder barrels on them, look at them really close, because unless the person was very vigilant about cleaning them, they corrode down inside the frame, where they intersect and pivot.
Right.
And then and they will break, so but keep an eye on that. But other than that, don't worry about what generation it is or whatever. They're all fine. They're fine.
So does every Contender variation make it so that if you drop the hammer and it doesn't go off, in order for you to recock the hammer and engage the firing pin, do you have to break the action?
Yes.
Every time?
And they all have a I don't know the technical right way to say it, but when you break it and it sets the hammer and you close it, if you don't pull the trigger, or excuse me, if you don't pull the hammer back, you can dry fire it. It engages in a way, and I don't know technically how to explain it, but you can dry fire practice them as long as you don't pull the hammer back. They've got a little, let's go click. And then what you can do is you can then let the hammer down the rest of the way if you want to, but it's decocked. It won't fire. You've probably seen me on my channel. I've actually dry fired it with a round in the chamber. As long as you don't pull the hammer back, it won't ever go.
It's basically a hammer drop safety is what it is.
More or less. So, but if you, let's say that even if you, I think when I had that 4570 on there, you see me do it one time. I'm trying to get my stance right, and I close the action and I dry fire one. I have to break it open, reset it, then pull the hammer back.
Yeah, and I've seen, Uncle Jim has accidentally done it, and he had to, reopen the action and close it again, and I just thought that was kind of weird.
Yep, you have to open and close it once you come off that whatever that particular sear surface is. I don't know the technical way to describe it, but what you're
Right.
saying is true of all of the contenders in G2s anyway. I can't tell you for sure on an Encore. I've never fooled with an Encore at that
Okay.
level. My dad has Encores, and that's how I ended up with all of his contender stuff. And now he's kind of backing up a little bit because he's more into the handgun end of it, and there's not nearly as much short barrel stuff for Encores as there is for contenders.
Right.
All right,
I probably have 30 barrels.
I'm gonna jump off. Great seeing everyone. Great seeing everyone.
Bye.
Y'all
All right,
stay
Scotsman.
safe, vigilant.
Thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it.
Glass empty, Scotsman. We need to kill that thing.
Oh, dude, I killed it already. I'm
Oh,
done.
all right. Well,
I'm out.
good night, Scotsman.
Ted's talking about the bottle. He wants to
I'm
kill
out,
the
man.
bottle.
My bottle's done.
All right,
But
Scotsman.
good seeing everyone, and y'all stay safe, stay vigilant, and we'll talk soon.
All right. Take care, man.
All right, later.
But yeah, they're one of those things, Kurt, that's, I don't want to say addictive. That's the wrong word. But when you start playing with one, you want to play with more. One barrel's not enough. It's just
That's what
not
I'm
enough.
scared of. That's what I'm really scared of.
It's a
like,
legitimate concern. I've got some calibers that I like that. Like
Kyle?
that 358 JDJ, it's a 444 Marlin neck down to 35 caliber. It's like, I'm not going moose hunting anytime soon.
That's
you know?
nuts. Oh, man.
I'll show you a cartridge if you want to see it, but that thing's this freaking long, you know, and people say, oh, 4570, that's crazy. That's nothing compared to some of those cartridges that they put in that thing. It's just nuts. That was my dad's barrel. And that was a SSK barrel. JD Jones modified it. They would take the 35 Remington barrels and rechamber them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what that one is. So it actually says 35 Remington on it. Then it says SSK 358 JDJ.
That's
but
awesome.
That one, my dad took that one over to Magnaport, which is over by Detroit, and had to Magnaport that one to tame it down a little bit. But that's a violent caliber.
Ooh. Yeah, contenders are crazy. I've been reading a lot about them and trying to learn. It's like, it's kind of like red dots on a pistol. You don't want to get one because if you get one and you enjoy it, you have to get new slides for all your guns and you have to buy more red dots. So
yeah, the thing with the contenders is the prices are pretty good if you pay attention. You know, a lot of the barrels that I've bought some of them were unfired barrels, and you can get them for $200, $250 if you shop and watch. You got to be careful of eBay because people will crank prices up, but you know, you'll occasionally find stuff at gun shows. And like I said, probably the best thing is go to the IMSA webpage, IHMSA, that's International Handgun Metallic Silhouette Association, and just go to a meet, and take a pistol, take a revolver. You can shoot field pistol with your 45 or whatever you want. And the targets are at 25, 50, 75, and 100. And if you hit one ram at 100, you'll just laugh your ass off because it's so fun. But just go, and even if you don't shoot, just go and watch around because there probably will be somebody there selling things. Because there's a lot of guys, like I said, my dad's age, that are now getting to the point where they're not shooting anymore, and they're starting, and they go visit with their pals at the club, and they bring stuff to sell. So
that's a good idea. Yeah, I could probably put a post up on the bulletin board at the club too. See if anybody's got any they want to get rid of.
Yeah, and I found that, of all of the things that I've done in shooting, I have found the pistol silhouette shooters to be about the easiest going because their sport is not easy, and you can't just buy equipment and score in the middle of the pack. When you first start, you're going to be at the bottom of the pack until you start to learn. And it's the thing is I was hitting targets my first time out, but I was running out of time. Because you have 2 minutes to do 5 shots. And especially if you're shooting freestyle and you've got to chamber around each time, especially in a contender that doesn't open easy. So you're laying down in a Creedmoor or a dead frog or whatever you're doing, even sitting, and you've got to break the thing open, get one in, get it closed, get settled down. And in big bore, you're shooting out to 200 yards. But I've been shooting a lot of field pistol and the reason I shot field pistols, it's all standing. And I wasn't running out of time that way. Because I'm so used to having plenty of time on something, target shooting. Now, someone that's like an action type shooter that's been doing some of that probably can acquire sights and get a hold a little faster than I do, and they might do better. But the other thing that was very interesting to learn is shooting at animal silhouettes is way different than shooting at a round circle. It's way different, and it's just, and then of course in our most of the depending on the caliber you're shooting, your hold or your sight adjustment is very different at each yardage. And if you're shooting a scope, you can dial the scope if you want. If you got iron sights, a lot of guys move their iron sights; they count clicks. But I've tried to the one field pistol I shoot, the 270 Ren. It's very flat out to 100 yards. I don't change anything. I shoot center mass on all 4 targets, and it shoots flat enough to do it. But other things don't shoot that flat, and there's a lot of difference in your holds. So, but it's fun. It's a really fun sport. It's a ton of fun. So you out of 40 targets, my first time out, the best thing I shot in field pistol with my 32-20, I think that first time out, my best round was only like 11, and they were oddly enough, they were all 50-yard targets. I shot the 50-yard pigs better than I shot the 25-yard chickens, partially because the shape factor is a little easier to deal with because they're more oblong than the chicken. The hardest target, regardless of which class, is the turkey, just because of the shape of its body. It's very difficult. But everyone says that the turkey is the hardest. So in field pistol, that's at 75 yards, and in big bore, it's at 150. But and then the one club I shoot at in Elma, Michigan, they shoot ultra 500. The Rams are at 500 yards.
Wow.
So nobody shoots that standing. That's all shot freestyle. And they're shooting things like 7 IMSA, 730 Waters. 30-30 Winchester will do it. It's not real flat. If I ever shoot U500, with stuff that I already have, I'd probably shoot 30 Harrod. It's pretty flat. But it's a fun sport. It really is. I really enjoyed it, and the guys are really accommodating. And the negative thing is that the sport has been in decline for a long time. So just to show up, and what's wild is because they just want shooters. They'll let you do whatever you want. If you want to sit in a chair or something to get started, or whatever, they're very accommodating. So it's been a lot of fun.
I wonder if they have any IMSA shoots at my range. They do a whole bunch of different like IPSC and stuff like that, and bullseye matches. So I wonder if they do have a silhouette.
IMSA has a silhouette. IMSA has a site with a master schedule of all of the sanctioned shoots. There's a lot of clubs that because the attendance is down, they don't do sanctioned shoots anymore. They just do club shoots or whatever. So there's a fair amount of it out there. And if you go to one, they'll tell you where the other stuff is. So here, Elma is the 3rd weekend of the month, and then Hastings is always the weekend after. So this month, unfortunately, the military shoot and the Elma silhouette shoot are on the same day. So I'll probably go to the silhouette shoot instead of the military shoot. But it's and they shoot at the club there in Elma. They shoot pistol silhouette on Saturday and rifle silhouette on Sunday. And I've never done rifle silhouette, but that might be fun too sometime to try. But I've really enjoyed this. I've learned a lot. My goal was to do it last year, and I didn't get around to it. And the club that I was going to, the guy that was running all the shoots passed away. And so the guy that was the second in command was going to take over, and then he passed away. And then no one in the club wanted to pick it up, so they haven't been doing it. I don't think they've sold off their equipment, because usually what happens when a club quits doing shoots, other clubs buy up all their targets and stuff, because the targets have a life. They break, or they weld them up as many times as they can and stuff, but over time they break. But the club I was going to go to didn't do it, so I ended up calling around, and I ended up talking to a fellow that runs one of the other shoots, and he kind of got me squared away to get started and all that. It was a little intimidating at first, in the first match that I shot. It was tough to settle down, because you just
I bet I'd be nervous too.
And it's you're only really competing against yourself. It's not like I was even going to turn in scores that were sanctioned. I was just shooting, trying to learn. But it's just one of those adrenaline things. And it's so fun to hit them and knock them over. The first time you hit one of the far targets, like the first time I hit a field pistol ram, it was so cool. It's just that, and then when I moved up and shot big bore, hitting the 200-yard targets is really fun, because I'm shooting them standing, 357 maximum standing, and hit that 200-yard target. And then one of the funny things is I had a meet coming up, and I didn't have any ammo ready. And I'm like, what can I freaking shoot? I just took an ammo case of 38 specials, 148 grain wad cutters in my K frame. I said, I'll shoot field pistol with that. So guys were watching me. And of course, the 25-yard chickens, there's 10 of them, and I think I hit 8 of them, which with a 38, the ought to. It's easy.
Right.
Didn't do quite as good on the pigs. I think I got 5 pigs out of the 10. And then the turkeys, I struggled. And I got to the 100-yard rams, and somebody says, hey, Curtis is shooting a 38 special with wad cutters. And I get over to the rams, and the guy says, you're going to 100-yard rams with wad cutters? I'm like, well, sure. I said, my friend Mark and I do this at his house all the time, joking around. And I said, we got an 8-inch gong out a little further than 100 yards. And I said, I can probably hit it 30% of the time, maybe. And the guy's like, oh, come on. So I shot, and I missed the first 2 rams. I hit 1. And then I missed 2, and then I hit 2 more in the second bank. So I got 3 out of 10. I said, see, I can hit them 30% of the time. They were all laughing. But I'm like, as soon as you learn where the hold is, if you can figure out where the thing's flying, you can do it. It isn't easy like it is with the flat shooting stuff. But, it's all about not moving the gun when you pull the trigger. It's really
the hard part.
That's
right.
what it's about. It's at 200 yards, that really shows up. If you even move a little bit, it shows up. So you got to know what you're doing.
I was just talking to a guy about that today at work. He pulled up a picture of one of the Heritage 22s with the 16-inch barrel, and I was telling him, I'm like, if you're jerking the trigger or you're flinching, that's really going to show it with that longer barrel, because it's just going to whip it, even further than it would a 5-inch barrel.
Well, I mean, it's all a directional thing. If you move each one 5 degrees, it's going to deflect the shot the equal amount. But but the long sight radius does help a lot. That, as a matter of fact, the classes in silhouette are based on barrel length primarily with iron sights. Now, as soon as you put an optic on it, you're in a different class. But in production class, it's a 10-inch barrel max. Because if you go to a 14, it puts you in unlimited. Because it's there's a significant advantage to that extra 4 inches of sight radius. Your maximum sight radius is, I believe, 15 inches. So like a Contender with a Super 14 barrel is a unlimited gun. A Contender with a 10-inch barrel is a production gun. And then most of the bolt action guns, like an XP100 or a Wichita or any of the silhouette pistols, those are all unlimited guns right from the start. But it's pretty fun to watch the guys. Like one guy that shoots Ultra 500, he's shooting a XP100 that's in 730 waters, and it's really fun because he'll shoot, and it's like the 400-yard turkeys and the 500-yard rams. Even with that much power, the time is so fun because you'll see it start to fall, but you won't hear the clank because the speed of sound being slower than the supersonic ammo, of course. So it's really funny, and the 730 waters will reliably take the 500-yard ram, but it doesn't go bang and slap down. I mean, they'll go clonk and you'll see it go. It's so fun. It's really fun. Yeah, you don't have to do that sport to enjoy a Contender. Contenders are a good hunting gun. They're a good target gun. One of the most fun barrels I have is I have a 10-inch 22 long rifle barrel, and I have an old Aimpoint 1000. The big long flat aim points. Before red dots were cool. Actually, that barrel's not on a gun. I could show you the barrel because it's not on a frame, so it's technically not a gun. But that is so much fun, and it shoots so good. It's amazing how good it shoots.
Yep, those would probably be my calibers. Is 22, probably 357, and then I think 45 ACP would be a good one too, just to see what it'll do.
Yeah. I've looked at a couple of 45 ACP barrels. I think they'd be a riot. The problem is everything that I have are the heavy contour barrels. Thompson, in their round barrels, they have the tapered barrels, and then they have what they call bull barrels that are not tapered, which they're not really a true bull barrel. They're not the full size of a blank or anything like that. They're turned down to the same diameter, but they're straight with no taper in them. So none of my fore ends or anything will fit the early hexagon barrels. And every 45 barrel I've seen isn't the kind. I'd have to buy new fore ends and stuff for them, but I've got a lot of calibers that are pretty cool. 357 is a good caliber in a Contender. So is Max.
I was going to say, or maximum and just shoot 357 out of that. Which, I mean,
the one thing to keep in mind with Thompson center barrels, now Bullberry barrels are different, and anything that Jones redoes is different, and anything that Mike Bellum has had his hands on is different. But Contender barrels right from Thompson, the chambering isn't always the greatest. They chambered some of them. There's rumors that they chambered some on just simple vertical mills in a fixture, and they were cranking these things out. So you sometimes will get one that's not as concentric as you'd like it to be. And then the other thing is they don't have a traditional. They're done like a revolver. They have a taper that's almost like a forcing cone at the front of the chamber. Very seldom do they have a true lead or a throat like a rifle. So like and depending on when they were made, they're a little different. Some of the really, really new barrels are chambered better than some of the older barrels. But depending on, probably the best place to go to read about some of that stuff is Mike Bellum's site. Now, I believe Mike is passed and his son runs a business now, but all of his articles are still there. But he talks about some of the chambering horrors. And if you send a barrel to them, they throw them out. So they like to take a 357 barrel and turn it into a Max rather than using a real Thompson Center Max barrel because they throw it differently. So a lot of them are throated more like a revolver where they actually have a taper into a forcing cone like. So you get a lot of people that talk about precision of contenders and how they're not. They aren't. They shoot accurately. Don't get me wrong. They shoot extremely well, and they've got decent triggers that can be adjusted. But they are not precision firearms like a custom built Action or something. They're nowhere close. You know, and
I've kind of seen how they put the lug on the barrel, and you can see where they throw it in a fixture and they TIG weld it, and they grind the TIG welds down where they need to be, and it doesn't seem like a very precise.
It's just fixtured and done. You get what you get, but probably that probably doesn't affect it as much as how they chamber them.
Correct.
I mean, and Bellum goes over it in pretty great detail of, and he's had thousands of barrels pass through his hands and has inspected every one of them that he's had his hands on and has drawn some conclusions about what's done what way and how and which ones are the worst. And he ventures that 357 Max barrels are probably the worst. That's how you shoot a Q-tip.
That's it.
So Taco didn't say what the distance was. He says declare your own distance and shoot a Q-tip.
Well, if the Q-tip is partying around, does that count when it hits the paper?
I thought about lining them up.
We're going to get a
ruling lining them up this way in one shot and getting them all.
That was probably one of the most fun things I've done in a long time, was shooting those Q-tips with a pistol. I didn't think I was going to hit any of them, to be honest, because a Q-tip at 10 yards, your front sight blade is wider than the Q-tip. So, I mean, luckily my Beretta, it hits high left, so I could still see the Q-tip, with my front sight blade held down. But my 1911 was tough. Yeah. So,
I've got
the ones that I missed, I could not have been any closer to hitting the Q-tip on a couple of them. Like the edge of the bullet was like touching. Oh, it was funny. Oh,
I've got it all made up, but I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet.
Oh, yeah.
So I just used my son's hot glue gun and glued them on. It worked pretty good.
I wish I could have hung it on the target differently. What you got,
the main
Pat?
thing is, will it chamber?
With a Q-tip in it.
Yes, it will chamber.
Is it in the martini? It is. It's in the martini. Oh, man. How long did I wonder what it'll have. It ain't going to stay on there.
Well, as soon as it leaves the barrel and it's hit, right?
Did you stuff it in a hollow point?
What's that?
Did you stuff it in a hollow point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, big ass hollow point. So that was it. It fits.
Wow. I don't want to clean my ears, Mom.
That's awesome.
Get over here. We're getting that wax out of your ears, boy. Oh, my goodness. That's funny, Pat.
Yeah, so that's...
You need a slow motion camera so you can film what happened. if it stays on there to get out of the barrel even.
I think it wouldn't have any place else to go. It'd have to come out.
But will it be in one piece, or is it going to be shredded before it comes out the end of the barrel? That'd be interesting to see.
Yeah.
I don't think the bullet would leave any cotton behind in the barrel, at least. So it's got to come out, whether or not it's wrapped around the bullet or what. We don't know.
Man,
we got to know, Pat. We got to know.
I thought about taking the Q-tips and dipping them in like grease or bullet lube or liquid Alox so it looked like it had dirty earwax on it. It's like, no, that's kind of gross.
Georgia Boy painted his red with a marker so you can see him on it. That was pretty good. And he did it in
Well,
his
you
kitchen with a couch cushion behind it. That was
I don't know if
awesome.
you'll be able to see this or not. Let me plug in a light. But I have an air gun range in the basement, and I was like, can I even do this? I was gonna shoot him. I've got a 10-meter air rifle, but I tell you, I cheated and I just put it in front of the target. So I was practicing with it a little bit here, but you can see over there. There's the pellet gun target, and there's still a Q-tip on there, and I was shooting it at 10 meters offhand. That's tough. And I can hit the center of those targets, but it's just one of those things. Unless I cheated and put a black spot behind each one, I can't see the Q-tip even through the peep sights. So maybe like Georgia Boy did and color it dark in front of a white background, I might be able to see it. But
it contrasted somehow. I mean,
because the way the 10-meter air rifle works, that black spot's always the same size, so you have your aperture set up in your sights so that it's you've got an equal ring all the way around. That's how you sight the thing, and it's way easier than trying to hit a Q-tip, because it fills the hole. So, but I don't know what I'm going to shoot at it. I just got that. I just got
contender.
that.
A contender would be a fun one, and a contender would be fun with a scope on it, just doing this challenge at 25, 50 yards or something. That's what I would have liked to have done.
I have a 223 barrel that, with the high powered scope and shooting, laying down freestyle, I could do it. The guys shoot half scale with that barrel. And the half scale pig that's at 200 yards on that is it's fifth scale. The full size pig is 30 inches or something. No, I can't remember. The 200-yard pig, the 200-yard pig is like the maximum dimension of it's like 30 inches.
So they're hitting a 6-inch pig.
A 6-inch pig at 200 yards with the handgun.
Nice.
So I mean that to shoot a reasonable, if you could see the Q-tip. I don't remember what scope is on my 223 barrel. I could put more glass on it, but you depending on how you position in freestyle and what you use for a scope mount, you need either a scout scope eye relief or a pistol eye relief. Some of the guys shoot a elevated scope mount that brings the scope way back, so you can shoot a standard eye relief scope,
right?
Caliber that doesn't have much recoil, but like a 223, so they so that they can get more magnification. Because there's some of them are shooting 20 power scopes shooting that.
It's crazy. I think the only if I did that Q-tip with a rifle, or that Q-tip challenge with a rifle, the only rifle I would even try to use is my 223 Compass, because that thing that will throw them where I point them no matter what. But the thing is, the scope that I have on it, it's a Mildat, and it's what the hell brand scope is that? Athlon. It's an Athlon, I think Talos or something. The dot would be bigger than the Q-tip at 100, so that would be the hard part.
Yeah,
and with mills, your adjustment is 1 mil at 100 yards is 3 inches, or is it
third of an inch for a
you're right. So instead of a quarter, so your adjustments are a little different
coarser
too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would like to try that one too. It's like I think I have some ammo loaded up for that gun. Actually, if I can find it.
Yeah, I've got a couple of 223s that certainly shoot good enough to do that, or 100 or 200. I don't think I'll hit them all, but I could hit some of them. I could hit some of them at 200 with a couple of my 223s.
That's the thing, is being able to hold steady enough while you pull the trigger. I don't know if I'll be able to do that.
Well, I don't think I could do it offhand. I'd have to rest it.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it with a pistol.
If I hit one offhanded at that distance, it'd just be luck, because you're just going to area hold on it and hope for the best.
Yep. Let's see.
Well,
here we go.
I'm going to ruin your paycheck. Bear Creek Arsenal has decided to do Glock 17 clones.
I saw them. They're all steel, aren't they?
There's something, but I was just thinking of the slides. They'll be selling complete slides like PSA.
How much? Because PSA is running them for $180 for a complete slide with a barrel.
Mm-hmm.
That's cheap. I don't know if Bear Creek.
The other thing is, PSA sells the freaking complete grip frame for $99.
Yeah.
I like the ergonomics of that thing enough that I was thinking, a couple of my other Glocks, I might buy that bottom end just to have the grip that I like better.
Yeah. That's pretty cool that they made their own, Glock 19 basically, and that
I
literally
like that
takes Glock
stupid
19
dagger.
slide.
And I'm not saying I like it for the price or it's a value. It's a good. I like the pistol. I truly do, and I've probably got 300 rounds through it now. Not a lot, but enough. But my regular Glock 19, it rubs on my knuckle right here, and I don't know why my 17s don't. I've got a 17, a 17L, the super long one. I've got a 34 MOS, which is pretty long, with a red dot on it. None of those bite my knuckle right there, but for some reason the 19 does. It's a Gen 3, and I don't know why it rubs me there, but that Palmetto doesn't. And it took me a while to get used to the trigger on the Palmetto. It's more like an XD trigger than a Glock trigger, but I sat upstairs one day and dry fired the thing like as many times as I could stand to dry fire it, rackets fire. I just kept running it and lubed it and stuff, and it came around, and it's a lot better than it was originally. But I actually like the pistol. If I didn't have a 19, I've got both, but I mean, I don't know. I would highly recommend it to anybody that wants to buy something in that form factor. It's a neat pistol. I really like it. It is different how I've never touched like a Polymer 80 or any of these kit guns, but my understanding is that they're mostly done like this Palmetto. The little steel lugs that go into the slide, the I don't know what they call it, the rails for lack of a better word, on a Glock are molded in. This one, they're not. They're individual pieces, and they slide in there, and then the cross pins hold them in.
Yep, that's how 3D printed Glock frames are too.
Yeah,
yep.
So that's probably a standard part that everybody uses, I suppose. But I mean, everything else is drop in. You can take the guts out of your Glock and put it in. I guess I haven't tried, but that's what I'm reading. But
I love that. And I love how they got away with that too. They just made the frame that just different enough to where a Glock wouldn't come after them, but all the internals will still match.
And I don't know if it's true or not, but somebody was telling me that that's why they're like a Gen 3 rather than a 4 or 5, is because there's patents that have run out or whatever else, and it's been long enough.
That would make
I don't know
sense,
if that's true or not, but I've heard that. So who knows? But it's a cool pistol. It really is. I've and I saw him on Palmetto's site and thought that's pretty cool. But I've had a bad attitude about stuff like that before. It's like, oh, it's a cheap thing. And I ran across one at a gun store that somebody had bought or something, or maybe I don't know how they got it, but it looked like they maybe ran one mag through it, at very little wear. And I picked it up, and it was $275 with 2 magazines, and one of the magazines hadn't even been opened out of the plastic yet. And I took it. I asked the people, I said, "Can I take it apart?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure." So I took it all apart, and I'm like, "It's just like a Glock." And I just said, "Yeah, I'll play with it." And I bought it, just because I thought it was interesting and I wanted to try it. I didn't need it. I just wanted to try it. It's fun. It's fun.
So Curtis, I think you might want to look at the P80s and stuff, because it's just plain fun.
Yeah, cool.
It's addictive.
So now you're shopping for top ends.
Oh, and that's the great thing. The dagger slides are just dirt cheap.
Yep.
Tritium sights for $169. For a Glock 19 slide, and it's just fun. And I have way too many.
Have you bought one of the complete PSA dagger, like complete slides with the barrel yet?
No, not yet.
I wonder how their chambers are. If they're gonna run that reamer, until it's like completely out of spec and have a tight chamber, or if they're gonna be decent.
We can borescope it if you want. I'll go get it and plug in the borescope. I think I can get the borescope on the stream.
Okay,
can try it.
Yeah, I'm talking about like with a lead cast bullet. Is it going to be picky or is it going to be forgiving? You know what I mean?
I shot the only lead I've shot out of it are those ones that Josh cast and sent to me. 243 sent. There's a video of me shooting a dagger with cast bullets.
Is that the NOE 135s?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't and I didn't do anything different with them. I just ran them and it was fine. But I haven't tried dropping anything else in them.
Huh.
But,
yeah,
those triggers don't break in; they break you in. That might be true. Maybe I just got used to it. Maybe it's no better. Maybe on that dagger, maybe it's no better than ever was. I just learned to love it.
when you say when you say it's like an XD trigger, do you mean like a regular XD or like an XDM?
I don't know XDs enough. All I know is that it's like a hinge trigger rather than it's not the same as a Glock trigger. It's
Okay.
It's just different. And it's a
Right.
different mechanism, and it's got the same type of thing where you have to have your finger on it and pull it a certain amount, and then it kind of
Yep.
engages. And
Yep.
it's my dad had a XD, and I remember shooting it. And that XD, that was what was funny is everybody talks about Glock bulge and all this stuff. That thing made the worst Glock bulge on 40 that I've ever seen. Everybody says it's a Glock thing. It's like, no, it's pretty much any freaking
Unsupported chamber thing
any
is what it
freaking
is.
40
Yeah.
caliber stuffed into a 9 frame that has the goofy cutouts to feed the ammo. But
Yeah,
that
the feed
thing,
ramps. The
man,
feed
it
ramps that they have to
smiled
put on.
brass. It wouldn't feed a semi-wide cutter or a truncated cone bullet to save anything. No matter where you seated it, it would choke. Run around bullet, it ran fine, and that was a problem in 40.
Yeah,
Finding
it's
something.
40
The
to
ones
40
that were
around
the
those
big
is kind of hard
fat
to come
wide,
across.
the big fat wide truncated cones or semi-wide cutters would run, but anything that was like a Lee one that looks like a crayon, no way. It
Nice.
was all horrible. But yeah, I guess the first thing would be to see is if I could swap cameras and make my camera the bore cam. That would be the first step. And if I can make my camera the bore cam, we can look at the barrel.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can plug it in and see what happens.
Because I've got a Springfield XDM compact, which is the match version of an XD, and the triggers they put in those things are different than a regular XD. And that trigger was
the one my dad had was just a regular, just the everyday XD.
Gotcha. Because I had an XDS also in 45, and I hated that trigger.
That. If he still has that, I should go get it and see if I can make a bullet feed through it because it's awful. Guess we can find the cause of monkeypox now.
Yeah. That's a big Q-tip.
So I can put a Q-tip on the end of that. Might use this to find that Q-tip in Pat's Martini Henry barrel. Let's see if I can plug this in here and not blow the computer up or something. If I disappear, it's because the USB on the computer locked up and I got to do something different.
Alrighty.
I'll see if it'll let me pick which camera.
I've only shot one Glock, like a real. I mean, I own a Glock, but I built it, so I don't really know what a factory Glock trigger feels like. I shot Uncle Jim's when we were at his house, but I'm sure that one's probably not stock.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we want to do the ear.
I'll try to make you full stream. Hang on.
Q-tip.
No.
All right, let me go get the barrel. I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
What do you guys want to look at while I'm? It's like a periscope right now.
The funnel.
There's the scale. Yeah, there's the scale. Like a down periscope.
That's awesome.
Okay. Yeah, let's just set this to the side here. Oh, check it out. I can put the screen on the board cam. It's looking out the end too, though. All right, I'll be back in a minute. I'll go get the dagger.
All right.
Yeah, James has got a point. It does feel like a squirt gun, doesn't it?
So I was talking to, I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Tim S. in the comments on that Q-tip video, or he talked about the 92s and how he liked them and all that stuff. And I'm replying back to him like, you know what? The trigger on that 92, I almost like better than my 1911 trigger. That 92 trigger is sweet in single action. It's really, really good. 1911 is also good, but I don't know, man. I like the way that Beretta 92 feels in my hand. I had the choice between an M9 and the 92 FS for the same price. I chose the 92 because of the back strap has a curve to it, and the M9 is just like a straight, like a Glock. And 92 felt better, and I'm glad I did.
But wait, did the 92 have fiber optic sights?
No, I had to ship it out to Wilson Combat, and they put them on for me.
Okay.
Yep. So that lowered my SD a little bit when I got that back from them. That's my gripe about them Berettas, though, is the sights are milled into, they're milled into the slide. They're not adjustable at all. So you have the Kentucky windage, everything.
Yep.
But you get used to it. It's an accurate gun too, and the chamber's loose. It's forgiving. Love that gun, and I think I paid like $390 for it, brand new. It was dirt cheap. I was on the way home from Davenport with my wife, and we were listening to the radio, and there was a commercial that came on for Dick's Sporting Goods, which I hate that store, but the radio said 25% off everything in the store. So I said, "Oh yeah, including handguns." So I called them. I said, "So does that pertain to firearms as well?" And they go, "Oh yeah, everything in the store." So we were almost home from Davenport. We turned around and went right back down there, and I went and bought that 92.
All right.
Well, I think that was
I still like the signs outside my gun store said, "We sell AR-15s because we're not dicks."
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, Field and Stream is terrible now. That's who they've kind of like
Oh,
partnered
they're
with.
horrible. That place is awful.
Oh, it sucks, man. Because I used to go there and you could find primers, you could find a couple different powders. Now you go there, nothing, absolutely nothing. You're lucky to find like muzzleloader primers there. It's terrible. All the reloading shit is gone. Maybe a
These
couple
do have
times.
an interesting crown. It's got like I don't know if it's 11 degrees, but it's a bevel type crown. I don't know if you can see it there.
Yeah, let me make full screen. Give me a second. Yep. Okay.
Come on, focus, you pig. But all right, let's probe it.
I'm
Just
down.
don't judge me if it's dirty because I've not done anything to this. It is a little dirty. I guess I could go run a patch through it, but let's just look at it.
We
Let's
like dirty
just
guns.
look at it.
Who cleans their guns?
I'm guilty. I don't.
I don't every time. No.
Okay, let's change cameras here. This might take a little bit of finagling to make this work out good. I'll brace one hand on the table and just hold it, and then I'll lower the barrel over it. Of course, that light is there, so that's kind of goofy. But... So let's see. There's the one into the chamber. And there's the step.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the end of the case, and you can see the taper as it comes in.
Yeah, the lands aren't too bad.
It's there's some tooling marks there. You can see how it just ramps into the land there. You can see the taper up into it.
Yeah. Also, the throating on it's kind of decent. You don't see the rifling engage right away. Huh. I bet that would be kind of
See
forgiving.
the start of the grooves there.
Yeah.
You can see if you look real close at the edge of the step there, you can see it is raised a little bit where the lands is and a little lower where the grooves start. See that?
Yep.
Right at the step. So that's kind of different. I've not really ever looked at a Glock chamber though. So, it does ramp up into the land there. You can see that, but it is a little more of a edge there at the beginning of the land than it is on a groove. Boy, sometimes with this bore scope, you really have to really get your head into what's a groove and what's a land.
Yeah.
It's hard sometimes. You're looking at like, which is the Indian, which is the Audi?
Right.
But you can see some tool marks in there.
Yeah, some little bit chatter. But I mean, for a 9mm pistol for $300, I mean, if it shoots, it shoots.
That's a weird little pattern there.
Yeah, it is. What do you think, Kenny?
You can tell the tool was chattering a little right in that area, and it seems to be consistent most, in a couple of the spots right there again.
I think a little copper fouling and it'll be fine.
Right.
It shoots better than I can hold it. I can tell you that much, but that's
Yeah.
not saying a lot,
Copper fouling or lead buildup, one of the two. It'll plug them.
I say this has only got, as far as I know, about 300 rounds through it, so it's not old. But yeah, there's some more of that there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like pull back a little bit and look on your camera. Up, go further forward, a little bit more. Now stop and look out on the outside of your bore scope.
Oh yeah, the streak right there.
Yeah.
That'd be like that right there that you're seeing. That groove is weird. Or that land is weird. It's like that might be lead on the one edge of it, maybe.
Oh yeah.
That silver might be lead. The shiny is obviously clean down in the groove, but on the edge of that land right there, that does look a little weird, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
It's kind of round like. It's not a sharp edge.
But the nice thing is, a primo Glock barrel is what, $79.
Right.
You know, it's
that looks like lead right there.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about those is you can throw a Glock 19 barrel in it. They're a dime a dozen. Everybody
What's
makes
funny
them.
is I'm not looking at the stream. I'm looking at my feed. It's kind of it. Let me pull this out of here. Let me move this so I'm looking at the stream instead of my camera. I changed cameras. I was just looking at the preview here, so I'm not really okay. There, that's the real thing. All right, that's different than better view. It's just some of that stuff looks weird, but it's reflectivity. That looks like there's some lead right there, maybe.
I don't know.
See how that's kind of goofy looking right there? I think there might be a little lead in there. I'm not sure though. Or maybe maybe that's just the way it looks in the edge of that groove there.
Yeah. Some jacketed ammo will knock that right out. Interesting.
I have a Remington 760 that right after I got this bore scope, I looked down the bore and I'm like, oh my God, look at all the lead in that thing. And I scrubbed it and got it real clean. And I'm looking like, oh my God, look at all the pits in that thing.
Have to go shoot it more to make it accurate again.
That's what's funny about it is it shoots great. But what's funny about it is I shot a reduced load with Trail Boss, but it had a fair amount of pressure and it leaded something furious. It soldered the front of the case necks, because it melted lead right as the bullets were exiting, and it had lead all over the front of the brass and everything. I looked down the barrel. I'm like, oh my God, did I lead this thing? And then I scrubbed it out, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I wish I wouldn't have scrubbed it.
Whoopsies.
It's still shot good.
Oh, good night, Hisa. I've never looked that closely in any of my barrels. I just kind of eyeballed down them and was like, yeah, I don't see any lead.
If you want to find something wrong, you'll find it,
Right.
Yeah, that you can see where the land ramps up there, so it's got some lead into it there, kind of.
Yep.
Starts a little bit away from the end of the chamber. You can just kind of see it. Like I said, the only bullets I've done is that bullet that came from Josh, 243 sent me those a long time ago. Those are the only cast I ran through it.
So I'm sure you have that Lee 356 125, the round nose, the 2R mold.
I think I do.
That one tends to be a persnickety bullet that you have to see pretty deep, to get past some lands on some guns, especially if you size a 357. I wonder how that one would do in that barrel. That's a pick. They got a big ogive on most of Lee's bullets, actually. But that one has given me issues before where I'd, seat deeper for some guns, and other guns you can have it out a little bit longer. I think I'm setting those at like 1.050 to plunk in all of my guns.
I don't know if you can see how this
Oh yeah.
That you're right. That one edge there does look weird. I don't know if that's lead there or if that's just kind of roundy looking.
I don't know.
That's smeary. Look at it. That's lead. See it? It's
Yep.
smeary.
Oh yeah.
Those are powder coated bullets too. Of course, I don't know what the person shot through it before me. I didn't do anything when I bought it. I just
True.
shot it.
True.
You can see some shininess right there. That looks like lead.
Maybe that likes a bigger bullet too. Maybe the bullet was 3.56 and it wanted 3.57. Who knows?
Yeah, I didn't slug it or anything like that. I just
The problem with my 9mm is like my chamber will take a 3.56, but the bore wants a 3.57. So it's like, all right, well, how do I figure that out? I'm not going to neck turn my 9mm brass, so
that spot there's kind of weird.
no.
Yeah,
I casted up a crap load of 130 grains, powder coated them, loaded them. They were all right most of the time. Some barrels leaded. Then I went to American Reloading, and they've got their quote premium selection of 9mm. They're mostly spear gold dots for like 6 cents each. So I've just got buckets of jacketed right now for 9mm.
Nice. I've been wanting to try out Precision Delta bullets too. I've heard really good things about their 9mm bullets, and I think you can get 1,000 of them for, I think they're like 10 or 11 cents a piece for jacketed hollow points for their bullets. And if you buy 2,000, of course, it's a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, well, these are Pulse hollow points, but I mean, they're pretty.
For 6 cents a piece.
Yeah, well, the cool thing was I'm lucky. My little woman likes sorting M&Ms. She's one of those.
Yeah.
So I gave them to her, and I said, well, some of them are going to be 147 and some of them are going to be 115. And then sort the ones that are like 2 grains past that one way or another. And she sat and weighed every single one, put them in 3 different buckets for me.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little chewy in spots. That's kind of icky there.
A little bit.
I don't know what the magnification on this, but I mean, a lot of that, some of the stuff that you see, it's when you magnify it, it's really atrocious. But say it shoots well.
Yep.
But yeah, that's kind of crappy looking on where some of that is, isn't it?
Huh?
Well,
On the other hand, though,
I think you can see some of the blue powder coat there.
Yeah. I love this hobby because it'll be fine.
that's what I'm saying. It's a $300 9mm barrel. I mean, if it shoots, it shoots. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Or $300
There we are, back to
9mm
the
gun, not
beginning.
barrel.
But yeah, there are some areas of it that, like right there, that looks it looks like there was a chip out of the tool or something almost.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's junk. I better just throw it away. I better send it to Pat.
Yeah.
I better spend $500 on something that looks like a Swiss watch on the inside and get rid of this piece of garbage.
Well, you know what? Put about 3,000 or 4,000 rounds through it, and I bet it'll smooth up pretty good.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
At the cost of ammo, Pat, it'd be cheaper to buy a good barrel to begin with.
Okay. But you know what? If it makes you sleep better at night, then I'm all for it. But I don't think it'll make a difference.
I don't think it'll make a difference either.
No.
I'm being silly. But, since this is my barrel, I'm supposed to act like it's perfect. This is the best 9mm barrel ever. Get one like this. It's the best. It's perfect.
I bet if you got out a high point, it'd be worse.
You know what? I've never been around a high point that didn't run good. I've only ever fired 2 of them, and they both shot very well and ran very well, so I'm not going to pick on them too much.
They'll run 100%. Yep.
I kind of figured one of the best home defense strategies is a 9mm hard point in a drawer in each room. Ooh, look at that.
Or a hook under every light switch, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's a little chewy.
Hang one on every light switch. That's right, Pat.
I think the people that will think this barrel is the worst are the people that don't own a bore scope and have never looked at any of their firearms, because you'll see some atrocious stuff down these barrels, man. It's a crazy, you if you don't ever look down them, you think they're all pristine and pretty, and then you look and you're like, oh my god.
But it shoots better than it looks.
But yeah, this one is a little chewy.
Huh.
Yeah, it's
I don't think any of the people that buy these will notice the difference.
probably not. This is the first time I looked at this one. I just shot it and I was happy with it.
Yeah. It's the name of the game. Very cool.
Yeah, looking down it with a bare eye, it just looks dirty. I mean, you don't see hardly anything. Maybe I should run a brush through it and see what changes.
Nah, you have to run 500 rounds of, powder coated to build back up.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
That's funny. But
I
yeah,
think I
there
heard-
are some areas in it that are a little chewy looking.
I hardly ever scrub any of my barrels. Most of the time it's
Okay,
just the
guys,
board-
I got
board
it.
snake.
I got to come clean now. I can't do this to you guys for very long. This is the barrel out of my CZ75.
Yeah. Good thing Scotsman's not here.
Yeah.
No, this is the Palmetto barrel, but that would be classic. That would be classic. Yeah, but you don't want to see down. Yeah, I can go get something that I know has a bad barrel in it and probe that. You'd be like, like some that Argentine engineer carbine. I haven't stuck the bore scope down it because I can see with the naked eye how bad that one is. It's like
Nice.
The engineer carbine is really bad.
Yeah.
Well,
I still got to send you some, what is it, 314 211s? I don't know.
I bought a. What's that guy's channel? 3142.
Yeah, it's 314 211.
Yeah, I think, but mine might not be a 31. I think I have a 309 211. It's not the fat one. I need the fat one.
Yeah, I got the fat one. And you know what? The little one has stopped shooting her Mauser lately. And
Her
stopped
Peruvian? She doesn't shoot the Peruvian anymore?
She hasn't been out shooting in like 6 or 8 months.
oh
and
man.
right now her favorite is the minion gun. So, and I'm out of 308 because of it.
Uh-oh.
I'll be honest with you, that's my favorite too. I love that thing.
We got to answer Mr. Pollard. Pollard says, could be lead making it look bad. No, that's impossible, Mr. Pollard, because you personally have told me that powder-coated bullets do not lead, and that's all that's been through it. Can't be lead. Can't be. It's not possible. Solves all problems. I should just powder coat the whole barrel, and then I could run bare bullets, right?
Makes sense.
Wow. That makes sense.
Not a bad idea. Would that
It's got to be a ceramic coating or something that nothing will stick to.
Cerakote the inside of the barrel?
I guess that's why they chromed them to not, so they wouldn't corrode and stuff. I suppose you could. Pollard says they'll lead with the soft bullets I shoot. Not if I powder coat them. Besides, those are cream puff loads. I can't shoot full power stuff. I'm a weenie.
I think I've shot 10 BHN out of my 357 Magnum. It was fine. I didn't see any leading. They were powder coated, but
And sometimes that helps. Sometimes if it's soft and the bullets really squish out, they don't gas cut or anything. They, it just there's a lot of variables that I can't predict. It's kind of trial and error. I've had some things that you say ought to work perfectly that don't, and some things that don't have any right to work fine. Sometimes it's a little bit voodoo.
I remember watching your video about powder coated versus traditional lube bullets, and the powder coated bullet shot a little bit better. And you're like, no, No.
You know, then I made a retraction video that said that the test was flawed because I misreported. Oh, Charlie was mad. He's like, "You're just saying that so you don't have to." And I'm like, "No, it's an invalid test, Charlie. It's bad data. I put out data that's wrong. I can't live with that." He was
funny.
like, he got all. I'm like, I almost had to say, "Look, guy, I'm joking. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's just a joke."
Why do we size or powder coat bullets if they don't lead barrels? The chamber and the brass thickness, and you still have to make it fit your barrel. And powder coated bullets, actually, if you powder coat a batch before you size them and you measure a bunch of them, they'll be more different than you would think they would be. Like they could vary by 2-3 thou, from one bullet to another. I've noticed. Like some will have a super thick coating and some won't. It's weird.
Kenny's saying I should borescope the martinis. I have, Kenny, and they're beautiful, except for one where the last inch, it's got a tiny bit of pitting. I mean, you have to look at it with a borescope to know that it's there. But the rest of it, no, they did a really good job in the 1800s.
Those are cool rifles. They really are. I'd like to have some. The one friend of mine has a Gra, and that was so fun to shoot. I really enjoyed it. Other than the fact that the trigger was so atrocious on the thing, it was a cool rifle, and I think I'd like to have some sort of a black powder thing. I just don't know what I would want if I want like a Winchester or something like a 4590 or something like that, or if I would rather have a Civil War gun or something.
You already got a 4570, and that makes it easy.
I could run black in that. It'd be fun. It'd just be dirty. I don't know. How would you? I don't know enough about black powder, Pat. Would I have to put something in there if I ran a reduced charge so that it wasn't, because that short barrel, it's not all going to burn, is it?
Well, that depends on the how fine the stuff is ground. So
Right.
if you get like 3F black powder, a good portion of it will burn, and then you'll have a giant fireball at the end, which is cool too.
Yeah.
But if you ran 3F in it, I think it'd be fine. And you never ever do a reduced charge.
Yes, I've read. You want to fill the case up,
Yeah.
for the normal
All
numbers.
balls.
Could do that. We could put like three 458 round balls in the front of the case, and then whatever powder charge below it. Make a shotgun out of it. But what's the relationship between bullet weight and the powder charge versus barrel length?
Okay, so here's the black powder philosophy for you: is black powder is going to top out at 1,300 feet a second. If you did everything to try to get velocity, you're going to top out right about 1,300 feet a second. You might get 14. But as you get, at the top end of your loads, then the charge weight doesn't matter anymore. So, in other words, 5 grains will give you a difference in maybe 5 feet per second. So it doesn't matter. You can't overcharge it. I think Iraqi veteran 8888 did a test one time where he filled the whole barrel with black powder, and no, it doesn't matter. You can't blow your gun up with black powder unless you induce an airspace or something.
Okay.
So you don't have to worry about charge weight at all. And a rule of thumb is as much as you can is best. Now in the Martini, the cases are so big that they'll hold 115 or 120 grains on the stuff that's converted shotgun shells.
Damn.
And that's really too damn brutal for anybody. So you do a little K-Pock filler, which is kind of a no-no, but and then you run an 85 or 90 grain charge in it. But you're not going to. My advice is, there's no book you're going to have to look on 4570 you're going to probably fill up like 60 or 65 grains, depending on how deep you seat the bullet. And that's it. I mean,
So does it matter
Can
if
you run a lesser? I should say, can it? Is there any benefit to like say I've got these 275 grain cast bullets? Can I put a smaller black powder charge in there and then seat the bullet really deep?
okay. So that was the difference in philosophy back then, because you hit the vanishing point on velocity really quick. Then all you could do was add weight, and you'll maintain a velocity with a heavier bullet because that's all you get. And so that's why you see these monster, 400 or 500 grain bullets, is because you want more power. You're not going to get more velocity.
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking making something that was fun to shoot that wasn't punishing, because I don't really want to shoot a 500 grain bullet, at 1,400 feet per second. That's a lot of energy.
Yeah, it's not. It's different though, because
It's a push.
it burns slower. So if you look in the charts and
Well,
stuff,
Curtis, you want to be a contender guy, so why don't you come and you can be my test shooter, and I'll load Pat's load in this thing.
I'll do it. Let's do it.
okay. When you look at the charts, you'll see the velocity of the recoil, and then the foot pounds. Well, the foot pounds might be high, but the velocity is low, so it doesn't. It's not like getting smacked. It is bad. Like a 30-06 hurts worse than a Martini.
Yeah.
But the Martini kicks, twice as much. But it's not like
it's spread out over time.
It's
Yeah, it's not
slower,
like-
right?
getting smacked.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's slower. And
It was
same
really
with-
enjoyable.
You have a, I have a, I don't know if you're familiar with it. I have a muzzle loading pistol. I have a Thompson Center Scout, which is a really cool gunmetal frame. Mine's a 50 caliber muzzle loading pistol, so I can play with that too. But the cartridge gun is what is appealing to me, a cartridge black powder gun.
Oh yeah. So I just got my first cap and ball pistol, and a Remington, what is it, 1858.
Oh, okay,
So-
yeah, cool.
I'm gonna get a conversion cylinder for it. I mean, that's next on my list. I've got like 500 or 1,000 pieces of 45 long Colt.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
45 Colt black powder. There you go.
So
Yeah.
I have the Lee mold that's made for that, the 450 round nose bullet.
Yeah, that could be interesting. I'm gonna play around because I mean it's just
It's a conical.
something new.
They call it a 450 conical, which I don't understand the definition of conical because I think cone, but it's a round nose bullet, but they call it conical.
Well, if it's conical, it
must
would
be
come to a point. It'd be a spire point, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's some math thing. I'm not a
Yeah.
mathematician, so when they say a conical bullet and it's round on the front, I don't really understand that, but it's just because I don't know. but
I think I was looking at that Lee mold and it's way oversized.
Is it?
If I remember right.
Yeah, this one comes out at right about 450 diameter. I have shot it powder coated in 45 Colt, even though it's should be 452, but it actually shoots extremely well in 45 Colt.
Yeah.
And I think I've shot some of them in 45 ACP as well. I think it comes out to be about 230 grains. But anywho, but yeah, that came from my dad, and that one's an inline. It uses a I think it's number 11 cap, but like a rifle cap, but it's inline. It's a cool little pistol. It's and he had a scope on it and stuff. I put the sights back on it and figured that I would do it that way. Maybe that's what I should shoot the matches with. I probably won't hit any of them.
Yeah.
Make a big hole though. Make a 50 caliber hole. But be fun.
I think it'd be black's just different. All I can say is black powder is more fun because it smells and it annoys everybody.
Smells like rotten eggs and it smokes like a chimney.
Oh yeah, smokes like a chimney. So you get that little AR freak that's with the horrible muzzle brake on him. 3 tables down, and there's nothing like bringing out the martinis and smoking them out. You just get upwind from them and start smoking them out. And it's dirty, and it's like, it's one thing working on stuff like we do, but then when you go work on a 57 Chevy and you come up black to your arms, to your elbows, it's just fun
gratifying.
working on something. that's just a mess.
Yeah.
And
I've done a bit of muzzle loading. I haven't done any cartridge black powder on my own. I say that Gras is the only thing I've ever used. That's an 11 millimeter, so it was it's fun. But then again, in my most recent muzzle loading experience, we're using the pellets. So it's different. When I was in middle school or junior high, we hunted with some Thompson Center muzzle loaders, and we shot black at that point in time, Renegades and Hawkins and stuff like that. But that's, to me, I want to do a cartridge gun.
I think it's the best of everything. I started with Martinis when I got back into guns, and it's 12 shots a minute, and it's black, and it's messy and smelly, and it's hot, and it's everything a black powder is without having to stop for 10 minutes and reload.
Yeah. So with your Martinis, how often do you have to run like a brush down them when you're shooting them at the range?
It's about every 10 rounds is what I do. So
and the bigger bore helps that, right?
Well, yeah, they get hot. I mean, really hot. At about 10 rounds, they get really hot to the touch. So a nice wet baby wipe down the bore.
A baby wipe.
Yeah, a baby wipe. So you
tear a baby wipe off. When you pulled them baby wipes out of Uncle Jim's and started shoving them down the barrel, I was like, what are you doing?
Oh, it's that one baby wipe will clean them out just fine, and it cools them off too. So I bring both of them to the range, and you shoot 10 rounds, and then wipe it down and set it on the table to cool off, and grab the other one.
Now that's like 57 bore or something like that.
It's okay. So this is the really weird thing about Martinis. Everything else is different. A Martini's got a squeeze bore that starts at about 472 at the chamber.
Okay.
And then over 8 inches squeezes down to 450.
Oh, okay. So where does the 577 come from?
Okay, the rifle before it was a 577 Snyder.
Okay.
And that was like your first Boxer Prime military cartridge ever.
Okay.
And the Martini Henry cartridge is that neck down to 45.
Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense now.
So the
it actually swages the projectile down as it moves forward.
Yeah.
The entire barrel is a forcing cone. Yeah.
Yeah, it's over about 8 inches too. So
really?
It squeezes a 470 bullet down to 45.
So is that part where it squeezes it down, is that rifled?
Yeah.
So they cut the rifling first and then taper it out?
I don't know how they did it.
They must have cut the rifling first and then tapered it.
They did things different. If you look at it in a bore scope, it looks fully rifled the whole length.
Okay.
Huh. But if you get in there and slug the bore, it's 470 at the start and it's 450 at the end.
Needs more Cosmoline. Is he talking about a rifle or something else?
Yeah. So
careful, that's how you get monkeypox.
What that taught me was, how we're all worried about, an extra thousandth or two oversize.
Well, some people are. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not anymore. It's like, it's fine. If it's softer lead, it'll squeeze right down with no trouble.
That's how it's meant to be.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, you think about Pat's whole conversation out of context, Curtis, and I think you're right on target.
You're right. I'm a pervert. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. It'll fit.
Swedges it down over the first 8 inches. Well, how do you know, Pat?
This isn't going to fit. Yes, it will. Yes.
I'd say if you want to try a black powder cartridge, my advice to you is 4570. Because it's straight wall, the brass is easy to get.
Yeah.
You've got enough case capacity to do something decent with it.
Yeah, the brass is easy to get.
Yeah.
So in my model, in my high power rocket case over there, there is some black powder that's for ejection charges. I think it's 3F. So I'd be good to go, right?
Yeah, you could be, but what is it? Grafts right now has 1.5F Swiss for $30 a pound. And
I think this is GoX, or what was in the red can with a little bit of white labeling on it, but not the fancy GoX stuff.
no, GoX is the cheap stuff. So
Well, I mean, not the can. The GoX can is fancier than some of the other cans that I have. They're just red with a white block on them, if I remember correctly. I'd have to pull one out and look at it. Which this is stuff that my dad gave me when I got into doing rockets. I said, yeah, mine are all in metal cans.
okay, if it's GoX and it's 3F, it'll be fine. Your rifle would probably, your pistol would like 3F, and if you had a rifle, 2F. But it doesn't matter much. I mean,
I can go. There's black powder in town. I just gotta go buy it.
But here's the thing: black powder substitute is a sin. I believe it's awful. It's horrible.
It's easier to clean but more corrosive, right?
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know. Sex is a blow up doll.
Back
like
when it was the rage with the inline muzzle loaders, I still have an inline muzzle loader. We were using the Pilot X pellets just because they were easy. You drop 2 pills in there and then the saboted bullet and shove her down there and cap it and you're off to the races. And those things shot great, but they were easy to clean.
The substitute is just like putting a 4-cylinder in a Chevy Silverado.
Okay, so my experience, yours might vary because I haven't shot much, if at all. I have shot Pyrodex, but the cleaning on black powder is quick and easy. The stuff is completely water soluble with hot water.
Just soapy water, yeah.
And I mean, you don't have to scrub much, if at all. I mean, it's a rinse out with hot
dirty.
water.
Yeah, but it comes out easy. Yep, I hear that.
So it's rinse and lube. It's not bad. It's just you have to do it right away. I mean, you can't leave it in the trunk for a week and then, I ought to clean my gun.
So if let's say I use my brass, use my bullets, use my black powder or buy black powder, is the bullet lube on my bullets good enough or do you need something different?
Okay. The bullet lube on your bullet will be wrong, but it won't be a problem.
Okay.
So what the black powder bullet lubes do is leave a coating of grease so that the powder doesn't stick, the fouling. So
that's why you use the grease cookie in your martinis with powder coated bullets. Okay, right?
Yeah, so that's just to squeeze a coating of grease down it so that the when the fouling hardens up, it doesn't stick as much. But if I was shooting, let's say, 2, 3, 4 rounds and then swabbing it out with a baby wipe, it'd be fine with any lube at all or no lube at all. It'd be okay.
So on the pistol, would the bullet hardness be critical, or can you get away with just whatever those are?
Anything's fine. So the pressure curve is different. So the on the black powder, it's gonna go from like 0 to 10,000 psi immediately, like before anything moves. The pressure is gonna just really ramp up in a hurry, so that's good for anything we shoot. I don't know if it'd obturate lanotype or something, but anything we shoot, it should be fine for obturation. And then after that, it ramps up slower on the pressure curve, maybe 15,000 psi, and then slowly ramps down as the projectile moves down the barrel. So you're probably not gonna lead a barrel with unpowder coated lead bullets, even with no lube at all. You'll probably find, as far as leading goes, as far as the black powder fouling goes, if you got a pack of baby wipes sitting next to you, it's no big deal. Just swab the sucker out.
Okay, now since we're into the sacrilege mode, how about the same 300 grain plated bullets that I've been running with mild charges instead of using the cast, because I don't have any cast bullets over those 275s, and I'm afraid that that's a little too light.
All right. So here's where I'm nervous. I've got a box of 468 jacketed bullets that would be fine, but I'm not sure how a jacketed bullet would swage down
In
the
your
40
barrel.
in
Yeah.
my barrel. But if
So
I
what-
had a straight barrel, it'd be fine.
So like copper plated in this thing, it'd be fine.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I think back in the day when they were doing the safaris and stuff, they had jacketed bullets on those before the Nitro Express came out, and there was no complaints.
So does that come down to the core hardness and the thickness of the jacket affecting the
Okay.
hardness? I mean,
No, what I'm saying is that if you know it, right after you engage the rifling, you're talking 1,000 or 3 on obturation to match the bore, then I think you can run anything you want. It's going to be fine. But if you were going from 472 down to 45 on a jacketed bullet, I don't know. That's why I'm nervous. So on a 4570, I think it'd be fine. I have no trouble.
With a 458 copper plated.
Yeah, 458 copper plated or a 458 jacketed, I think it'd be fine.
And I've got, well, actually, I forgot. I bought a box of these because I just been things that I thought I might want to shoot in, and I bought 3 bags of these, 275 cast that I thought would be good, and then they had these Acme 4570. These are, I think they're high tech coated,
Mhm.
and these are they were $30 for 100 of them. I figured that was pretty fair for a 300 grain bullet. But I think that I think Acme's are high tech coated, but that would work too. That's a 300 grain lead coated, so that would, that probably work too.
So the other thing I'd tell you is that if you shoot the really heavy bullets, which should be fine in black powder, you're going to find that they, well, at least for mine, I dropped a subsonic at about 200 yards, and once it transitions to subsonic, it just keeps going like a freight train for 1,000 yards
Because it's
without
heavy.
much. And so what that means is that once you figure out your range and your holdover, they're very good at long range. The wind drift, there's no wind drift because it's so damn heavy, and it's passing through the instability part really soon in the flight path, and they're laser beams at long range. They're not so good under 200 yards as they are long range. They'll just keep going. You get your elevation right in 6, 7, 1,000 yards is no trouble.
Well, yes, I mean, I'd be real open minded about these 275s, other than the space, because they only go in the case, not even 5/16 of an inch. So even with a 70 grain charge, there's going to be some space below the bullet.
No, you're going to fill the case up.
So you're saying go over the 70, fill it right up.
You're going to fill it up till it's just below the case probably, and just get a little compression on the load, and you're fine.
And that's still going to be 1,400 feet per second.
More than likely, yeah.
Okay.
So you'll go. I don't know with a short barrel like you got. So my guess is you're going to be like at 1,100, 1,200.
Oh,
with a short
okay,
barrel.
yeah. But that would be whether it was this 275 or that 300. Just go to the base.
Yeah,
of the bullet.
350. You do the same with a 500. You get about the same velocity.
Okay.
So when we
crazy.
play around with smokeless powder, how you get like huge differences in velocity with just 0.3 of a grain.
Sure.
That's not the case with the black powder at all. Your SD doesn't change with your powder charge much, and so you don't have to go crazy on weighing your charge. That's why some of these guys tell you to go by volume anyway, but you can weigh it. But the goal of it is kind of like Vargate. You want just a little bit of compression, whatever your case capacity is, like different lots of brass or whatever. What matters is fill the thing up.
Does it crimp matter?
Okay. So not like we think of it. smokeless. So you're not going to get much of a pressure change at all with a crimp. But a crimp is a good idea for complete ignition. But it kind of doesn't matter. Like I said, it's like a kaboom right away. So it kind of doesn't matter much.
Okay. And
So-
I'm assuming because the black powder is so fast and lights so fast that just the standard large rifle primer is probably just fine too.
Oh, I've messed around. I use large pistol primers in the Martini brass,
Okay.
and I've got to say I have never ever had one that failed to go off.
Okay.
I mean, I think you could light it with a match. It doesn't
That's
matter.
That's why black powder's scary. That's why.
Yeah. So it goes off
Volatile.
with anything. As far as it being, some guys say use a Magnum primer. You get other guys that are doing the super long range stuff where they're weighing their charges out and they're trying to be as consistent as possible, and they're shooting buffalo at a mile.
Yeah.
And I think maybe you get a difference out there.
My wheels are spinning, Pat, because when I purchased this pistol, this Contender 4570 from this guy named Charlie at this last Silhouette shoot, we ran into town because I had to pull more money out of the ATM. I didn't have it in my pocket, and we got the transfer form, that we have to do here in Michigan. And I told the guy that was with me, I said, well, when we get back, because Charlie said the price of the pistol was with some ammo and with dies. And I said, okay, cool. So I bought it. And I said, well, we get back there, I'm going to let everybody shoot it. We'll just all shoot it. We'll all shoot it 200-yard rams or something just for the hell of it, And he said, oh, yeah, some people will, some people won't. I said, well, they can if they want to. But when we left there, one of them said, well, you should bring it back next month because the last shoot of the year, which at this club is next year, they have what they call the Big Bore Challenge. And the guys bring out the stuff they don't normally shoot. I'm like, well, if I brought this shooting black powder, that might be kind of funny. Just like Pat says, it might be too stinky for some people. It might be too smoky for some people. It might irritate a bunch of people, and it might be a lot of fun. Because then next spring it'll be, you didn't bring that damn black powder thing again, did you? It'd be fun.
I think you'd enjoy it. It's just different. So
Yeah.
the recoil is different. The nice thing is the trajectory is really rainbow. So, but if you're on a marked out range, that's not a problem because the velocity is going to be the SD is really consistent.
Yeah.
No matter how you screw, so if you mess up on, a grain or two one way or another, it doesn't matter. The crimp's not going to matter. Bullet weight off by 5 grains isn't going to matter.
Okay.
It's going to be really consistent and easy that way.
Do you
So-
figure it'll shoot at least 5 shots without having to swab it? Because we shoot in banks of 5, and I get 2 minutes to get the shots off. So, I mean, and then you have a little prep time between. I could hypothetically run something through it between each bank of targets. I got about a minute and a half between or something like that. I could, if I could go 5 and then run a patch through it or a brush through it and then do 5 more.
Okay, so my only thought is you're going to run 5 through it and then swab it, and you're going to have a minute and a half, and that barrel's still going to be hot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then another 5, it's going to be hot enough that it's uncomfortable. And another 5, it's going to be really hot.
Yeah. Well, I could, after I shoot the 5, swab it and shoot 5, I could sit out a rotation and have 7-8 minutes for it to sit, maybe even 10 before I shoot the next, because what happens when you go up to shoot your 50, I'd be shooting, 50-yard chickens first. You got a 30-second prep period and then 2 minutes to shoot. Then you have about a minute off and then a 30-second prep period and 2 minutes to shoot. But then before I go to the next station, which would be the 100-yard pigs, I could take a break and skip a session. You can do that. But once I'm on there, I need to shoot the 10 targets.
Because we've got a Silhouette at my range, a Silhouette club. And
They do black powder silhouette at the same club that I'm at, but it's all rifle stuff as far as I know. Maybe they do pistol stuff. Maybe I should just show up and see if they do pistols.
Well, my problem is on the they've got an antique military class that in the rules it says any U.S. rifle made between.
Oh man,
yeah. So that was the killer for me. It was like, I'm not going to get a trapdoor to shoot in this place.
See, around here they just say shoot because they want people to participate. They're like, we don't care, shoot your gun, have fun.
Oh, they were like that too, because I drugged Sylvia up there. I thought this is something Sylvia would really like to shoot, and my problem was no jacket of ammo either.
Oh,
so she's got her Mauser, and I'd have to do her up cast loads. That's her rules there. And she doesn't like shooting, cast loads. She wants full power, and so that was part of it. The other part is I think they start at 7 a.m. The bastards. I'm not an early riser.
Not an early riser.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
I'm gonna open up these.
Don't call Pat before noon.
Hey, you been doing any more scale experiments, Pat?
Yeah. I'm about to have a lot of free time on my hands, and I've got. My trouble is this. So there's the analog digital converter that's reasonably priced. It drifts. It's got a problem. So it's called an HX 711. So
711. It's a Slurpee.
So there's other AD converters that I can get that do the job, but now we're talking, $70, $80. So the cheap $3 ones from China. The problem is that with them is that there's a reference voltage they go off of, and if the reference voltage isn't solid, then they start to drift on you. So I just got another batch of 10 80 converters to try out. I got to try those out, and that might be the answer. So I've been trying different pre-done boards for this converter. And my next step after that, I'm going to try this one out, and then I've got a board that I've sketched out that's got a diode in line and another transistor that'll fix the chip input voltage drift problem. And once that's done, because right now I can't say that I'm any better than anybody else, and that's what got me started in this, is that I want it to not play hokey pokey crap and re-zero it, in the software every time you put a bullet down to mask this stuff. I just want it to be solid, and whether it's consistent or not, I want it to be, rock solid consistent, and accuracy is secondary to that. I want you to zero it, and if you zero it to that, that's what you're going to get.
It's
no
good,
hokey
right?
Pokey screwing around.
Don't care if it's off a half a grain, but as long as it's off a half a grain every single time.
It doesn't drift. I hate the zero drift.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's what I'm fighting. And that's the whole point of this. And I'll have time on my hands. I've got everything.
Maybe I'm nuts, Pat, but with your scale, I have this Dillon Determinator, and I don't know how good or how bad they are. It's just what they sell, okay? And I bought it secondhand, so it's not like I bought the Vanity Blue one. Don't look at it that way. It came along. A guy sold it to me for $75, and I've used it, and it tracks my 1010 pretty good, other than the zero drift. But what I've found with this one is I always did the same thing where I never used the tear button. So I calibrate it, set the zero, and like you say, they lie at zero to make them always look like they're zero. I found that if I use something Bogart for the tear weight, it stops doing that. So don't start at zero. I've even found, and this is wacky. I almost wonder if it knows what this pan weighs. And so if you use a different pan, it doesn't lie to you as often. And it's really wild because you'll look at it and you'll see it show a little bit of difference here and there. I'm like, but that's what it's really measuring instead of what it's lying to me to show the zero. You know, so if I use a weird weight pan, or I've even fooled around with putting like a 55 grain bullet on the back of it and then tearing it out with the pan, and it seems like it runs better.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
So I even on the Wahoo copies that I've been messing with, got a bunch of those. They'll do their little sneaky hokey pokey shit, you know.
Yeah.
Even with a pan. So I'll do a 186 grain pan and tear it off to the. And you lift the pan and put the pan back, and then you can see the drift.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And so I just don't trust them. But
yeah.
Then again, all we're looking for is a tenth of a grain.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it also cracks me up because they ship with a test weight. It's going to be right on the money with their test weight. It's programmed to know it's within 0.5 of that. So as soon as you put it on there, it goes bam. They're never off. I've never put the test weight on the thing that it comes with and have it be wrong. But I can put a test weight that's a different thing, or do like their test weight and another 20, and it'll be all over the freaking place. It's like, okay, how come it's right on the money at their 50, whatever it is, and then you put a little more on there and it's way off? It's like, that doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, damn scales cheat.
Yep.
They lie.
They lie. They're liars.
So
All right.
that's where I'm at on scales. So I've held off on the scales because I couldn't solve the drift to a tenth of a grain yet. Once I do that with a cheap, $7 board where I can get less than a tenth of a grain of drift over, let's say, an hour and a half, then that's the benchmark I need.
Well, if you want contributions to try a better board, I'd chip in towards one. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see what happens. So
well, it's not. That's the thing. It's not money, because I'm not going to put out a scale that's going to cost $200.
Right.
You can go get one of those.
Right.
It's going to have to be a max $40 scale.
Yeah.
So when I order this stuff from China that takes 6 weeks to get here, I'll order 10 pieces at a time.
Yeah.
And they're $3 or $4 each, and it's just no big deal. It's not money that's killing me. It's that 6 weeks to China. And but I figured a way around it. I mean, there's another way if you want to make your own board that this should be taken care of. And so my next step after these this next lot of 10 AD converters will be, making my own board. And that'll be, I don't know, 75 cents per the board, and then just solder work. So not a big deal. But yeah, maybe that'll be my new career, making $3 a scale and sell them in bulk.
We need to make scales to sell at the pharmacy that lie about people's weight. You could have like the Atkins scale, people think they're eating the right diet and you tell them they're losing weight, and it's just Pat's scale lying to them.
Oh, so maybe that's the other side. I haven't looked at that angle, which is make a scale that lies better.
That's that bullet that was in that Acme thing.
Oh,
looks pretty normal for a 300.
Oh yeah.
Is high-tech coating black powder proof? Pat's like, it doesn't matter, just load it and shoot.
No, I'll give you the one thing you got to be careful of, which is you have to wash your brass when you come home from the range.
I think I'll do it like Toad does, have the little jar with the soapy water to put it in there. Then when I get home, I'll finish cleaning it.
Yeah. So now you got with the humidity here. Yeah, you could probably get away with cleaning it tomorrow, but it's probably not a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah. The stuff is really corrosive on brass.
Okay.
It'll turn green day after.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I could do that. But yeah, I've got an order coming from Midway that for an expander. So I made an expander that worked real good with my copper bullets. I did the typical. It's I made it. I just turned it just like you do an M die. It's just got the, it's like 450. I don't remember what I made it, but to seat the 458 bullet, and then it steps out to like 460 up higher and then this goes in the Lee expander die. So I was gonna just make another one bigger for the cast bullets, but the only round stock I have is like this freaking big around. I'm like, I am not gonna turn an inch off of a piece. I should go down to the scrap. We've got an odd lot scrap steel place just down the street here that they sell steel, for by the pound. I should just go down and buy some 5/8 or 9/16 round bar, and then I'd be set. But that's the only thing that's held me up from shooting some of those cast ones. I've been wanting to play with that. I say that the brass is here and ready. I just gotta hit it with an expander and go. So, but yeah, I think the black powder idea in that is intriguing. It'd be fun.
I think it'd be fun more than anything else. I don't know. I mean, thinking of if you're shooting like 200-300 yards with that thing, I'm wondering what the holdover is going to be for you and stuff. It's going to be a challenge getting the.
I might have to put a scope on it just so that you can see, because with the sights, there's not going to be adjustment enough, and you're going to be covering the target when you hold over, and you'll be able to see it, So it's.
Yeah, that's going to be I think that's the interesting part. But what you should have fun with is go out and start shooting the 500-yard stuff. Because the group's going to be really tight at 500 yards.
You've got a lot of confidence in my ability to hold that thing.
It'll be fine. And, you shot the Gras, and that's what I like about the Martinis is they're a flinch trainer because it's got a horrible 12-pound gritty trigger.
That's the way that Gras was. It was awful. Yeah. I mean, it's like you're pulling on it, and you're pulling. It's like, would you? It's funny. The one guy, Mike, he's got a potty mouth, and that video, if you go back and watch it, I had to bleep out. I filmed a lot, but even when he wasn't shooting, he's just horrible. I'm like, I can't use all that footage, and so I just picked a few pieces and bleeped out his vulgarities. And he's sitting there trying to shoot it, and he's pulling it and pulling it. He thought it wasn't cocked, and Art's like, "No, the trigger's just that bad. You gotta pull it, dude." And then Alex shot it, and Alex was kind of tentative because he's trying to do a nice. Keep his sights aligned and pull the trigger and the whole thing. It's not going. And I think he let off a little bit of it, and then it broke, and I think he had a little bit of looseness, and it popped him pretty good. And you see him, he's like, "Dang!"
Yeah,
it was funny. Find an artillery launcher site. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
All right, guys.
Kurt's
I think I'm gonna cut her off.
Well, hey, thanks for hosting us. It was fun to shoot the bull and pick Pat's brain about stuff and pick Marvin's brain about stuff.
Hey, if you like, you guys can stay in the after chat after I take off and keep picking each other's brains too. That's always an option. But I'm gonna cut the
ready for bed too. He looks tired.
I'm ready to get going. You know what? I hopped on the side chat with Uncle Jim. I took a nap and got up, and it's like, you bitch, what's up with that? 2 hours, and then I got your email or notification or whatever it was, and it's like, cool, we'll have an adult chat.
Yeah, I was just browsing. I did two things that I wish I would have done a long time ago. I did YouTube Premium, and some people will holler about paying, but the no ad things is the bomb. And I'm still in the trial period. They give you 3 months before you have to pay, but for $15 a month. And if you shop around, you can find some ways to get it for $12 something a month. I just decided, what, $3, I'm just going to freaking sign up. I don't care. So for $15 a month, no freaking ads. And it is so cool. Plus you get YouTube music, with a bunch of stuff that's not there if you don't, so I'd like, man, that's awesome. So I bet that's kind of really been cool. And then I, when I watch videos just to watch them, if I'm not doing side chat or commenting, I watch it on the television upstairs, and I've always had an Apple TV, the little box. I went and bought it. They quit supporting the YouTube app on the Apple TV that I had, a year ago. And since I'm Comcast Xfinity for my internet provider, they'll give you this little box that's called a Xfinity Flex or something, and it has YouTube. So I was running that, and it works okay, but I was starting to, and the thing would go offline, and then it wouldn't want to find your network. And I tried it wired, I tried it wireless, and I just got tired of it. And here in the last 2 weeks, they've both Best Buy and some of the online places have had sales on the Apple TV 4K, and you can get them for little over $100 for the 64 gigabyte one or whatever it is. And so I just went and bought one, and man, you hit the button and YouTube launches. It's like no waiting, no spinning. I mean, it's like, there it is. And when you go down the menu, it's like bang, bang, bang. I'm like, oh, wow. So, I mean, I've been watching a little bit more stuff because of it. It's, so I've been catching some things that I was not searching for before because it just was a hassle. But man, you get a better device. And there's probably some of the Fire devices that are equally as good, but getting a modern one that had some snort to it really made a big difference. And the YouTube Premium is, I think, well worth it for me anyway, because no ads in the middle of a video anymore. And it's really cool.
Yep.
Plus, you get where it really matters is not so much for what we're doing, but if you're watching any of the movies or anything that are on YouTube, there's no ads in those anymore either. So, like, if you decide you're going to watch The Dawn Patrol or something, a vintage movie on YouTube, it plays through and never does a commercial, and it's really awesome.
Yep.
I've had it for years now.
Oh, you've done the YouTube Premium? Well, yeah.
Thank you, Pat. Yes.
Okay, and my suggestion to you is get the family plan, and then slowly you'll have 5 acquaintances that you might want them to have it, and put them on the plan. It doesn't screw with your favorites or anything like that. It's just 5 people can be on the family plan. I think it's only another $2-3.
Oh, is that right? So yeah. That makes it a good bargain.
Yeah,
Mhm.
The single, I don't think.
Or if you're like Mig and you have like 17 YouTube IDs, you can mess with people. You could have 4 more of them that are premium.
What's cool about the premium too is if you're watching a video and you need to lock your phone screen for whatever reason, or you just want to conserve a little bit of battery life,
keep playing. Yep.
it'll keep playing. It's like,
And then
yes.
YouTube Music does that too. And for me, that's very important because the device that I use when I'm mobile is a work device, and they've got all kinds of security on it, and the screen will dim, but stuff will stay playing. Like if I'm in I listen to YouTube stuff on some of the stuff it works, others doesn't. But there's a lot of the things that are in YouTube. If I'm driving, I'll put one on and listen to it. Yeah. And before I had the premium, sometimes it would shut the stream off if the phone went to sleep.
Yep. Sometimes it can be finicky on live streams, though. I've noticed on my phone, like if you lock your screen during a live thing on YouTube, it'll play for 10 minutes and then cut off. You just got to open your phone again. It'll pick up. But yeah, like recorded videos, never an issue. Maybe that's just my device too. That could be an issue.
William Granley says B-Link PC. Must be a small computer or something.
I just use a Fire Stick, the 4K Max, the biggest Fire Stick you can get before the Cube, and that thing's been great. And it's Android.
I had one of the old cheap Fire Sticks, and it was atrocious. Man, you push a button and nothing happens, and so you push it again, and then it gives you 2 pushes. It's like, you bastard.
They stepped them up with the 4K Max Fire Sticks, and you can get them for like $30-$40, different times of the year or whatever. But that one is awesome, and it's Android, so it's easy to hack. It's easy to do whatever you got to do
with it. Yep. Yeah, and one of the main reasons I went and did the Apple TV one is that not only the YouTube thing, but where my son goes to college up there, last year this Flow Sports streamed all their hockey through the CCHA. Well, about a month ago, they signed the conference that his college is weird because they're Division I for hockey, but they're Division II for everything else. And all of their streams for their sports were homebrewed, and it was a little awkward how it all worked and all that. Well, they just signed a contract with Flow Sports for all of the other sports. So, like, you can watch the football games on Flow Sports, which I already own because I bought it for hockey. So I'm like, I was just streaming it from the PC upstairs to the other device. Because the old Apple TV that I had, you couldn't load external apps on it. These new ones, they're like an iPhone. Just about any iPhone app will run on it. Many of them will anyway.
Nice.
So Flow Sports runs on it. And just like you're saying, an Android one, it probably will run some Android apps. So, Flow has an Android app too. So I got that, so like last week I watched the football game on it. It was pretty cool to have that where I didn't have to stream it from a computer to the TV, just to right on the set-top box instead. It worked a lot better.
And Chap, I'm going to give you the most important thing you get with your $15 on YouTube Premium. They have a support line. and you can call somebody and a real person will answer, and you can rake them over the coals about like your favorite channel just got deleted off of YouTube.
Oh,
Why?
yeah. I had YouTube TV for a while, and unfortunately, the regional Fox Sports ones are the ones they always have problems with. And the only reason I bought YouTube TV, because at the time it was the cheapest way to get Fox Sports Detroit so I could watch the Red Wings. But then every year, every vendor has a freaking problem with those local Fox Sports affiliates. And I finally got tired of it. Like, I love the Red Wings and all that, but I'm not going to play this game anymore. And then they say, well, what do we have to do to, the back when I had Dish Network and when I had stuff like that, every year it was the same thing. And I cut it all off, and they call you for 6 months. Well, what do we have to do to get you? I'm like, let me buy the regional Fox Sports channel a la carte. Tell me what it costs. It's the only channel I want. If you can do that one channel for less than $50 a month, I'll do it. But if you can't, I'm not interested, because I'm not going to pay the basic package and then the sports package and then another package on the top. Because everything they do, they try to get you $100 a month. I'm like, I'm not going to do it. I think hockey's worth $50 a month for me. Not worth any more than that. I won't do it. That's where it came down. And then YouTube TV came out, and they had that channel. And the introductory offer was $29.99. And so I did that till it ran out. Then they bumped it up to $39. I'm like, okay, I'll run that. I'll do that. That's fair. And then, of course, they then had the dispute with the company that provides all that. And then it was dropped. I said, okay, I don't need YouTube TV anymore. But, I'm a weird guy. All I want to watch is hockey. I don't care about the rest of it.
That's weird. I haven't had cable TV 2017. Never had it.
I don't miss it. There's, what's funny is I figured, I was watching a lot of stuff on YouTube. I'm like, you know what? I'm not paying for any other cable stuff or anything like that, other than the Flow Sports, which that's kind of different because my kid's up there. And half the sports I watch it to see him in the pep band. I watched parts of a volleyball game today. The volleyball's cool and all, but I mainly did it to check out my kid in the band and all that. But just being a proud dad is all. But there's plenty to watch on YouTube, especially if you get rid of the commercials. It's pretty nice to not have it bail out.
Yep. And we do Netflix and Hulu, and all together is like what, $20-$30 a month for everything on top of your internet bill. But yeah, that's how we've been doing it for at least 5-6 years.
I use the free stuff a little bit. I use like the Pluto TV. Every once in a while there'll be a movie on Pluto TV that I want to watch. Usually if it's like this time of night and I feel like watching a movie or having some popcorn and watching a movie, I'll just thumb through and see what's on there. Like I watched Fly Boys on there one time when they seemed to be the only place to find it for free. So I did it there. But they have commercials. But there's a lot of that same stuff on YouTube. If you look for it and you have the premium, you don't get the commercials.
That's kind of a good dose of reality, though, is getting back to having, like, when we first started using Pluto TV, I forgot what commercials were like, and it's like, wow, I didn't even know this product existed. It's kind of nice.
Of course, on Pluto TV, you get a lot of, and I don't even know how they merchandise the stuff to people, but I'd be watching
local commercials.
I'd be watching some Bogart thing, and it's like from a store down the street that I didn't even know they would. It's like Bob's Liquor has got a commercial on it. I'm like, what the hell?
Like, how the hell do you know? Right? That. Yeah.
Never even seen him on the local television channel, but all of a sudden here he is on. So some advertising plans get you there somehow. I don't know.
It must be cheap. I don't know, man. Yeah, I noticed that too. It's like small local businesses are on there too. It's like, wow, that's wild.
Yeah. Just watching TV in the place you work for, there's an ad. I'm like, what the hell?
That actually
My
happened.
company has ads all over the place. They actually were the sponsor of a NASCAR race once even. So it's like, that's pretty awesome to see your company's name on, the Consumers Energy 500 at the NASCAR. Is like, wow, that's cool.
Yeah. I remember the first time here in the company that I worked for the same contractor for 12 years, and driving to work one day, and all of a sudden I was listening to the radio and I heard a commercial for the contractor I worked for, and it had the little jingle and everything. I'm like, what is going on? It's like, yeah, it's cool.
Pat works for car dealerships. He's used to cheesy commercials from work.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all pretty much stopped.
Oh, has it?
Oh yeah. So
not around here.
All the business is over the internet now. So your average customer isn't going to look on TV to decide who to call. They're going to hop on the internet and look for a quote. And then they'll go to another dealer and look for a quote. So your job is to, nail them down with a low price quote and say, hey, look, we can probably even do better than that if you come on down. Get them in the building. And that's how it's done now.
And then the sales manager gets a hold of their driver's license so they can't leave.
Yep.
Oh,
no, we need your contact information. We'll work a sheet. Yeah,
we've got to appraise your trade.
Your trade in. Hold on to the keys. Yep.
Been there, done it. I worked at a motorcycle dealership for a spell where they did the 4 grid, and we had to watch the training videos and everything, and figure. As the sales guy, you were supposed to figure out the objection so that the sales manager could work the other angles to mask the objection. It's like if the dude had no down payment, they just bury it somewhere else, or if the dude had a conflict on how big his monthly payment was. That's what the grid was. You had down payment, monthly payment, price, and trade in. I think were the 4 things, and your job as a salesperson was to keep them at the freaking desk, find their objection, and you're running the deal back and forth to the sales manager. And he's like, you're just telling them what the guy's saying, and they're freaking working them behind the scenes. Like, so you go out there and here's the price. Well, I can buy a Corvette for that. So then you go back and tell the sales manager, and he comes out with a dynamite price on a Corvette. And it's like, it's really funny, really funny.
Yeah, we're not even using Foursquares anymore. So our local market there is pretty on the low end most of the time. And then the other side of it is the high end with the, Corvettes and stuff and high performance crap. And so the Corvette buyer is going to come in, and right in the window, there's a $50,000 markup on Corvettes right now because you just can't get one. So, yeah, I looked at a convertible, brand new one because they hadn't been shipping Corvettes for a long time. So we just got a couple of new ones. And I looked at the window and it said, are you fucking kidding me? $50,000 markup right off the bat. And you can't do better than that anyplace else. Nobody's got them. So that's our one market where it's like, you're haggling over price because these guys don't care about financing. They're looking at price.
Right.
The average guy that walks in is looking at payment, and he doesn't care how long it is. He doesn't care. He just cares about payment.
If he
want a mortgage on a car,
yeah,
more or less, yeah.
You can bury anything with if all you're haggling about is payment. Then it's no biggie. So anyway, the business has changed. So no more jingles, no more radio ads,
no more bad suits. No more Crazy Eddie.
Yeah, America's as we know it is dead.
We used to have a furniture place that was north of here, and it was Discount Dave's Liquidation Bedding Warehouse. And he'd come on TV and want to save. See, Dave, you don't want your friends to know that you bought from a discount warehouse or discount mattress warehouse. We have midnight delivery in an unmarked truck. I mean, he had all this crazy stuff. Man. You don't want your friends to know. Want to save C Dave. It's just so funny. There's one guy that's been on the television up here since I was a kid. His name is Terry Hanks, and he has like 3 dealerships, and and he's branched out into having riding stables and this and that and the other. And he's like, if you don't have something to trade in, bring your horse. We do those too. And he's like, bring your Harley, he says, bring your wife and trade her in. If you got one that's 40, bring her in and trade her for 220s. And it's like, holy cow.
There's around here it's Car Dead, Call Fred. Fred's towing. And that commercial has been on for 30 years. Car Dead, Call Fred.
Everybody's got Sam Bernstein Law,
Yeah.
The Bernstein advantage, 1-800-CALL-SAM.
Yeah, 3919666. That's Car Dead, Call Fred. That's his number.
Yeah, boy, that jingle works. You got it.
Oh, man.
You've heard that since you're in the 3rd grade, eh?
We've actually used them before, too, so props to them.
Goodness.
They're the ones who found my wife's stolen car, actually. I love it.
All right. Well, you said a while ago you wanted to go, so we started talking again. We better let you go.
Yep.
It's all good, man. All right, I appreciate
you guys. I don't know if I'll have Black Powder 4570 ready for tomorrow, but I have to look and see what my Black Powder is.
That'll be interesting.
Too bad we can't live stream that. You know, I got my powder measures and all that stuff. I could set that baby on there and dump it on video and do it live. But
I don't think it's the reloading they have a problem with as much as it is, because I've reloaded on all kinds of live streams. I've got a bunch of reloading videos. They're fine. It's the casting. They smack you down right now for casting.
That's really weird how that's evolved too.
Because who's going to cast their own bullets before, reloading is going to be a lot more popular and a lot more hits. I mean, casting.
But it's like we talked about a while ago about conditional enforcement. That Gun Blue guy did a whole freaking casting series right when everybody else was getting smacked.
Yep.
And I don't know if it's because he's a bigger channel and making money for him or what it is, but for some reason it's conditional. Maybe it's because he's just an old grandpa and he seems harmless. But then they got Walter, and Walter's harmless.
Yep.
They've been ruthless on that guy, and he's about as squeaky clean as they come.
Yep. I don't get it, man. I mean, I was just doing a video where I was just trying to clean the crud off of a bullet mold and just not even an instructional video. And that video didn't make it a day and a half. And I got
the only thing I can think about with Walter that they'd be getting for is he's very vocal about, well, I can't do this here, so go watch it on Rumble. And in some of their stuff, they say that you can't have links to a video someplace else. And I don't know if that's what they're nailing him on. I don't know. But his stuff is so benign.
Or he's got somebody that doesn't like him who's reporting him. Who knows?
One or two. I think that's all it takes. If you get one or two people that do something, probably. I guess, and then they hound you forever. You might as well just start a new channel because they're going to shut you down eventually once they got your number.
What's funny though is I was researching a bullet mold that I already own, just kind of Googling it, and I saw a video pop up on my YouTube that I forgot I did 5 years ago with that mold, and literally the name of the video was casting with this mold, and it's still up. I never got a strike for that.
Find that
what
somehow.
What is going on?
It's weird. It's weird. I don't know how they, and there's some people that say it's all humans that do it. I wonder if it's automated and it's just faulty. I don't know.
I think they're looking for keywords somewhere, and I don't know what they are. But
I've casted on live streams. It was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But then again, we also had the live stream where Rune was pulling out all his guns and showing them off, and that got smacked in about 5 minutes. So
they took it down?
Yeah.
Oh,
while we were still live, they killed it while it was still live. And
somebody must have been watching that one.
I don't know.
To catch it that fast.
Yeah. I have no idea.
Well, I mean, the voice stuff's a lot easier to scrub than the video. So you wonder if they picked up on conversation and keyed them in, then someone looked, but I don't know.
Could be, but Pat's tried that too. Pat's tried, this is my fully automatic Martini Henry, yada yada yada. That didn't get touched
with a bump stock, and
yep.
But they already know Pat. Pat just dares them to cancel him, and that's why they don't, because he's daring them.
There's one name that you still can't type in the side chat, and I wonder if they scrub your video for saying it.
Is that right?
Yes. It was the whistleblower.
Eric Charamella. You can't type Eric Charamella.
Yep.
Whistleblower. Oh, he was one of the political whistleblowers?
Oh, what, 3 years ago with Trump?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I remember that. I never heard the name.
They buried everything. This stream will probably be down tomorrow because of that. Who knows? Huh. Yeah, it's weird. That one I still don't know why.
Once the live stream's done, who cares if they take it down?
Yeah, pretty much.
I guess some people go back and watch it, but I don't think very much.
No.
I don't even leave my live streams up anymore. They're just channel fodder after, there's.
Right.
If I do a live stream, there's about 30 people that always participate. There's not usually any more than that, and they're either there or they aren't. And I haven't been leaving them up.
I leave them up to see, I like my ones back from 2019 when things were good and we didn't bitch all the time. Those are fun to watch and remember the good times. About
the ice cream one
before the primer, before the primer shortage and all that. Yeah,
that was fun.
All right, guys. I'm going to say goodnight.
Hey, thanks for all the advice on the black powder, Pat.
Oh, no trouble. And if you need large rifle primers, I'm down to 7,000.
I've got enough.
Good night, side chat.
Got enough
Thank
of
you
all
guys.
flavors. So, but thanks everybody.
Good night, you guys.